Sweet messages should just spread. Now only she just subscribed by Eccentropy.
Hey everybody, thank you for being here. I know we're running a little bit behind. Give me just a minute and we'll start up. I appreciate you. All right, I'm here. Hello, hello, hello. I've arrived. All right, I'm gonna play around a little bit with doing what we did last time, because I have a habit of addressing the first person who came in here by scrolling all the way up to the top of the chat and then reading from the top. But I want to say hi to everybody first. So I'm going to say hello, Haruru Kanchi was the first one in here today, followed by Altair, welcome, welcome. Floofers the Fox, good to see you, good to see you. Sweet Message Issues, thank you so much for subscribing for 37 months. That is a crazy number to me. I don't know, every time I see the number in months, it blows my mind a little bit. P.O.? How's it going? Good to see you. How's everybody tonight? All right, let me actually read what you guys said. Of course, Haruru was here before the stream started. That's just Haruru's thing. Eventually, Haruru's gonna attract a crowd. You know, I think Haruru has the solo seat for being here before the stream starts these days, but eventually more people will show up. And I look forward to seeing the little conversations happening as I'm setting up my stream. Lately, it's always been like, I changed my stream title because I'm getting ready to stream, and then Haruru pops up before the stream's even started. Hello, Altair. Floofer says, gotta do dishes, be back soon. All right. Welcome, Floofers, anyway, whether you're back or not yet. And P.O., I bet Ricky's busy snacking. Hey, I'm not. It's after my hours. I'm doing intermittent fasting right now, and it's been almost a week. I think it's a week tomorrow, so I'm not that far into it, which means that there's definitely temptations. Last night, first let me explain what it is, I guess, for people who don't know. Intermittent fasting, there's various different versions of it. Some people don't eat for a whole day and they do that twice a week, but then the rest of their days are normal. And then there's some versions of it that are time blocked throughout the day, and that's what I'm doing. I'm doing one called 16/8, which means I have 16 hours where I fast every day and 8 hours where I can eat. That's my eating window. And my eating window is from 12 p.m. noon to 8 p.m. EST, which was 21 minutes ago. So I am done. No more snacking for me. Yep, the time difference, exactly. Wiki plays around. I mean, it's the hard-working arc. It's all about experimentation, you know? Haruru. I don't know how you're trying to take it. But anyway, yesterday was the most difficult of my first week of intermittent fasting out of any of them, because I was up kind of late. There was a lot of stress. I'm not gonna lie, there's some like IRL stuff right now that's been like, I'm just under constant stress from it. Because it won't leave my mind. My mind is an overthinker, all right? So if something's going on, I have a hard time just doing something else to distract myself. I mean, I still do, because it at least like separates my brain into working on multiple things at once, so that it's not all focused on the distracting, stressful thing. There's like, if I do one other thing at the same time, like watch a video, then half of my brain is on the stressful thing and half is on the video. And then if I do two things, like practice drawing and have a video up, then the stressful thing goes down to like roughly a third, you know? I'm like splitting up the processes. But I was a little stressed last night. I was a little hungry last night. I don't know if I didn't eat a big enough dinner during my window or whatnot, but man, I was just thinking about a few things in my house that were awfully tempting. I had this bag of Sun Chips downstairs. I had half a pint of pistachio ice cream in my freezer, and I had this bag of, I don't know if you guys have ever had them. They're Haribo brand. People who know Haribo or Haribo, the gummy brand has these like gummy berries that have a hard candy like outer shell, or they got like a bunch of beads of hard candy on top of a gummy center. They're like blackberries and raspberries. So that's what they look like. I had a bag of those because somehow it always times up. Like she doesn't know she's doing it. Because I don't always like say when I'm on a diet and stuff. But somehow every time I just start a diet, my mother comes home with some kind of like snack for me that she doesn't usually get me. And I appreciate it. Like the other day, she was like, oh, I bought you a bag of those Haribo berries you like. And it had been like months since that happened or anything like that, but it just so happened to line up with my very first week of doing intermittent fasting. And that always seems to happen like magic. I always have like a little bit of a test when I first start a diet like that. Pio says, but you did it, Ricky, you're strong. I did. I did not give in to the snacking. None of those temptations got me, but man, did I want a snack last night. I have noticed, though, that... and welcome back, Fluvers! Hello. I have noticed that, over the course of this week, and I don't know if this is placebo effect, because I feel like less than a week is too fast for any, like, major change to happen. But over the course of this week, my appetite has gone down severely, and in a good way. I don't mean like I'm not eating well enough. I mean that I was overeating before, and now I'm eating like, you know, 2/3 or sometimes half of the portion that I normally would have, and I'll end up full, or at least like satisfied to the degree that I'm like, I don't really want another bite, and I put it down. And I guess that comes a little bit by regulating your metabolism and maybe thinking about snacks less, and then like a little bit of stomach shrinkage from just not eating for that window of 16 hours every day. But whatever it is, even if it is placebo, it's working for me so far. So I'm appreciating it. And Floofers, we're talking about intermittent fasting, by the way. I know you just came back, so you're not completely out of the loop on what we're talking about. Floofer says, I just finished the final version of my first real and detailed drawing in 10 years. Floofers, do you perhaps want to share it? No pressure. But if you do want to share it, you can DM it to me and I'll show it on stream, as long as it's, you know, safe for stream. And thank you, Pio. Thank you for the applause. By the way, Pio, I don't know if you saw my DM. If you see my DM and you're okay with me talking details about that on stream, I will elaborate. Oh no, it's super not safe for work? Okay, Floofers, alright. That's fair. You know, that's fair. I appreciate you saying that. I mean, you could DM it to me regardless if you want to show it off, because I don't mind seeing stuff like that, but unfortunately I don't have a space currently in my Discord for that sort of thing. I'm considering it. There's a lot of other Discords I've seen that have one not safe for work channel just for if people want to share it. But so far, like I said, I haven't put any kind of age restriction on my content or anything like that. Like, unless I'm playing a mature rated game, my streams are never M rated, and my Discord doesn't have, like, I don't think I have a no minors rule, do I? Let me check it out. This is not good that I forget the rules of my own stream, but you know, every single, or my own Discord, but every single Discord I enter, and I suggest this to everybody, every single Discord that I join, I read the rules before I do anything else. And that should be what everybody does, but a lot of people just pass it and they look for whatever it is that Ziv! Apparently the volume for those alerts are not on. That's interesting. But I saw it. Thank you so much for subscribing at tier 1. Welcome, Ziv. We're gonna be doing some Undertale today. All I was gonna say is that I read the rules of every Discord server I join. I think everybody should. And so sometimes I forget the specifics of my rules. I know the generals of my rules, but it's like I got everybody else's in my head, so. Yeah, I don't have any no minors rule in my Discord, and I do have a nothing not safe for work rule in my Discord. So I don't know if that'll change or not. But if it is going to change, you know, it has to go through the transition of me putting up mature warnings. The thing is, I kind of like having, like, not specifically mature content. Like I was saying last stream, I might start putting a mature warning on the streams just because it's safer, you know? If I accidentally, or even on purpose without thinking about it, make like innuendos or things like that, it's better to have the warning that, like, you know, adult content is being discussed, even if it doesn't happen very often. And I do play M-rated games and things like that. But as like a general branding thing for, you know, Eccentropy, I don't know. I don't know if I want to venture into not safe for work content at all. And by that, I don't mean me being lewd. I just mean there being spaces for not safe for work to be shared within my community. I haven't kind of like landed on my decision about that yet. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted looking at my own Discord. Anyway, these are all things I'm just considering because I've constantly got you guys in mind. The community, the future of the channel, things I can do to recognize you guys more. Like there's some ideas I really want to do that would incorporate you guys more and maybe like reward you for things. They just all take time to implement. But I am making sure steps are happening. You know, there's a lot of things that I want to do that take time. You know, I started practicing my art again just last night because I want to become one of those OP streamers who can just make like all of my own assets. Every single time I want something new, I can make it. I've also, I've got a desire to learn 3D modeling. So I downloaded Blender recently, and you know, that kind of goes hand in hand with the art thing, because most of the time if you wanted 3D model, you gotta make some kind of concept art first and then you transform it. You don't have to, but that's a good process to go through. And I want to be doing, you know, nice sketches and things like that too. And it can go the other way. If you pose something in 3D, even just like a simple model, you pose it in 3D, you can use that as a reference for a sketch too without, you know, you're not tracing over anybody else's art, you're tracing over your own 3D art to make a sketch. It can help with like anatomy and things if you're not that good at it yet. And I still have a little bit of work there. So yeah, art, 3D modeling, game development, a bunch of really cool ideas for the stream. I got a lot on my proverbial plate, but basically the way that I treat it is I let my muses take the wheel. When I'm inspired to work on something, I'm just like, I try not to overthink about it. You know, I try not to be like, oh, should I work on this when I've also got this other project going, etc. Because if you do that, then you just use up all that time thinking about it, and you're not working on the other project or the thing that you got inspired by. So I just let the muses take the wheel a lot. I do rein some things in because scope is important. But my philosophy on things is essentially, as long as progress is being made, it's good. You know, if I'm taking regular small steps forward on game development, then eventually I'm gonna have a game. If I'm taking regular small steps forward on art, then eventually the art is gonna get done. The problem is when you get yourself locked in some sort of paralysis, like you stare at a blank art screen all the time and you never go any further than that, or you never work on anything because you're always stuck in the paralysis of choice. Choice paralysis is a very real thing. When you've got a lot of stuff you want to do, just sitting there thinking about all the potentials and not working toward any of them, that's something I think a lot of content creators, a lot of streamers, and a lot of just everyday people like that do whatever can relate to. thinking a lot and then realizing, oh, I just spent 5 hours thinking. I could have used that. And you know, there's no reason to kick yourself for not being productive at every hour, but basically for me, I'm just like, as long as I'm doing something to slowly ease this thing in the like direction of being completed, eventually, even if it takes a while, it's gonna get completed because there is an end. You know, there's an end to a sketch, there's an end to a game being developed. Yeah, all of these things have an end. So if it's being pushed toward it, inevitably it reaches that thing, right? As long as you don't give up on it. Fluffer says exact same for me. If I have a drawing idea, I draw it. Yeah, you gotta let the muses take control sometimes, because like, there's a lot of times that you sit down and you want to be productive and you're like, man, I wish those muses were here right now. Because just nothing will happen. So you can't like, or you shouldn't, like give up the moments where they're there by worrying yourself about it. Now take everything I say with a grain of salt, of course. I'm not perfect. I haven't actually published a game yet, and I haven't made any completed art for at least a year. So, you know, there's definitely things in there to be said about biting off more than you can chew and slowing down the process a lot. Time to be productive. It is not an Elden Ring day today, Haruru. That image is not relevant. Hello. We're talking about productivity. We're sitting here and talking about doing things and not just thinking about things. so that we don't have to do things because we're just talking. What rejection happened? Well, that was in Undertale last time. All right, in Undertale last time, we were getting all hot and bothered with the Bone Man. Got so far as to get up in his room and proceed with a date, but Papyrus said that he wasn't interested. He was like, you know, I don't feel the same way that you do. I tried. I thought I might feel that way during the date, but it didn't happen. We have to be just friends. And you know what? I have to respect that. All right? So when we get back into, sure, the wound is fresh, but we need to move on. When we get back into Undertale tonight, we're gonna move on. Maybe we'll try for Sans, huh? Ziv says, if I could drop a nuggie of wisdom. Progress comes in many forms, including steps backwards. Never giving up is the key. I agree 100% with that steps backwards thing. Yeah, never giving up is 100% the key. I don't know if I've ever... I don't know, like, any creative venture that has lasted more than a couple of days in my life, I don't think I've ever completed one of those that hadn't taken steps backward during it. And you know, that's true of video games too. The easy thing to relate that to is recently when I was, you know, when I fight bosses in Elden Ring. This is a very like simplistic form to relate it to, but I always say it, and I was saying this while I was watching Pio fight Renala in Elden Ring the other night too. You keep getting a little bit better against these bosses, but every now and then you have to have some like massive regression where you do like almost no damage, or you die during the easy part, or whatever. Because that's just how it goes, man. That's life. Oh, I thought Forgy rejected your Valorant invitation again. No. It actually sounds like Forgy would like to play Valorant with me these days. We'll see if I get back into it. I have to download it again. Elle says, hope y'all are doing well. I got so busy last week, but good news, I'm halfway done with my driving license. I passed the road test, but I failed the circuit, so I just need to wait for 2 weeks so I can retake. So I'm almost there. Congratulations, Elle. I gotta get to that eventually. I still don't have a license. That's something a lot of people don't know about me. I've mentioned it on stream before, but I don't talk about it a lot because it sounds kind of embarrassing. Floofer says, oh, stay off furry Twitter today. You really don't want to know? I probably wasn't gonna go on furry Twitter, Floofers, but there's a chance it will be revealed to me anyway because of a lot of my friends on there. Elle says, I'm curious but also concerned. Yeah, so I don't have a driver's license because for the longest time, and by the way, we're getting ads in a second, I'm sorry, people. For the longest time, I lived in the middle of an expensive part of the city, or at least like the outskirts of Boston. And there were no parking spaces, like anywhere. And the very few parking spaces there were ones that you had to like pay by the hour. And if you were lucky enough that some like moderately convenient parking space opened up on somebody's private lot, like some building owner, like an apartment owner had some space that opened up in their back that they weren't using, and we're like, I'll rent this to somebody. It was astronomical. And then at the same time, public transportation came by like in a million different forms. The buses came by every like 5 minutes. The metros came by every like 5 to 15 minutes, depending on the time of the day, and could take you anywhere for super cheap, especially if you had the card. So I just, I didn't want a car because, as you guys know, I was living in poverty for a long time. There I wasn't, because I was living with a girlfriend who had a family that could afford the place. But I myself was still struggling along to get my education and all this and didn't have any money. I could barely afford a car if I had one just to upkeep it. I could not at all afford the idea of actually like getting a place to park in the city. Massachusetts is so pricey anyway. So I didn't get one. And then when I finally like, that was the kind of abusive relationship I was in, unfortunately. So when that ended and I moved back with my family into the suburbs, I was like, all right, now's the time. I got a car and I started, a cheap used car and stuff. And then I started doing driver's lessons. I got my learner's permit. I started doing driver's lessons, and about after my second or third lesson, the pandemic struck, and they were like, yeah, you can't do lessons no more because that puts people together, so sorry. And learner's permits only survive for about 2 years, and during that 2-year period I wasn't able to do any more lessons. So yeah, there you go. I ended up selling the car during that period because it didn't make sense to pay for car upkeep when I couldn't drive it or take lessons, and I had to buy a house. So yeah, so now I don't have a car and pandemic stuff. I could start taking lessons now, but I need to get a car first. So it just really hasn't been a priority. Now let me scroll up, see what you guys are saying, because I know I've been talking for a while. I have a habit of that. Ziv says, the personal philosophy I derived from those games is just like that. Keep trying, take your wins where you can, small victories are victories. Yeah. I was having a conversation like that today with one of the members of my family too. I was basically like, as long as you can look at the place that you were before and say, I'm further now, or like look at the person that you were before and say, I'm smarter now. Or maybe if you want to be more self-derogatory, look at the person you were, a year ago and be like, or 5 years ago or whatever, and be like, that person was dumb. Yeah, I don't suggest being self-derogatory, but that's some people's approach. Mine sometimes. As long as you can do that, it means you've made progress, and you should be proud of it, even if it's hard to see actively. Was it the hill or parking? Oh, that was a question directed at L. I see. Parking? Was it parallel parking, L? Floofer says to L, pure evil, just pure evil. Just block the word fish for the time being. Oh, for Twitter. You're making me want to open up Twitter right now on stream. And I don't mean show it on stream. I'm not dumb. But open it on stream and search the word fish just for you to see my reaction. Elle says, I didn't even get to reach the remaining courses and I already failed parking. You've got it though, you're very close. 2 weeks is not much time at all. In fact, probably after failing it, you probably want a 2-week break anyway, just to get yourself together. Oh, you just hit the corner and they failed you? Some instructors, like, it depends on the instructor sometimes too. Some will give you like a huge leeway and some will fail you for something small. Sounds like that instructor liked to fail people for hitting the curb. Which, is fair in a way when you only have to wait 2 weeks. Because hitting the curb, you could just as easily hit somebody else's car and that's a pricey thing to do. Ziv says, coming out of poverty is so hard. Proud of you, Wiki. The ghosts of your past selves are clapping for you. Yeah, I'm still regularly stressed out by it because some of it was forced to happen very quickly. Like, I was in the progress of getting out of it for like, I don't know, over 10 years, over a decade. Because like you say, it's very hard. The system, especially in the US, the system's kind of built against helping people who are in the lowest classes. They're like, we kind of don't want you to rise up from there. But, you know, I saw the path forward. It was just many steps. But, like, the majority of the stuff that suddenly was, like, forced to happen to really make the difference happened in a couple of years very close together. It's like those 10 were taking the steps. And, you know, when it comes down to it, I was a little bit lucky, too. I mean, I hate to call anything luck when it involved so much hard work, too, but I was a little bit lucky, or the universe took a little bit of pity on me, because, the time that came where I was forced to act very quickly on the poverty situation waited just long enough that I was able to do that action, that I was able to take the actions that I needed to take. Because if they had happened like a year earlier, I would have been in a bad situation. And like me being forced to have to go like house shopping and buy a house of my own to like provide a place for some of my family members happened at like the end of 2019. I bought a house, and it was about 2 years earlier than I planned to. But after the end of 2019, the pandemic started, beginning of 2020, right after I moved into my house, and prices of housing shot up massively, and it became really difficult to get a place. So if that happened any later than it did, it would have been killer. You know, I planned on waiting about 2 years before I bought a house. If I waited 2 years and it was 2022, I would have been in a bad market for buying houses. So like, all in all, the universe waited to have the disasters until it was this tiny little pocket of time where if it had happened any earlier or any later, I would have been screwed, or at least a lot less well off. So, you know, there's a little bit of that too, and I'm grateful for the timing of that. Anyway, I'm talking a lot again. Let me read what you guys are saying. Elle says, never too late to drive whenever you feel ready. I see uncles taking the test. Oh yeah, people take the test at all ages. It's just sort of like, it's a nice liberty to have that I was expecting to have while I lived in suburbs. And the ironic thing is, now that it's starting to be like something that I can do again, I'm actually planning on moving to an apartment in the city next year. So I probably won't want a car again, but we'll see. Permit lasts 10 years down here? That's lucky, floofers. That's lucky. Is that part of the US or elsewhere? I think it's just a state thing here that lasts shorter. Elle says, I don't even have a car, I just use what they provide in the Institute, which is what they only allow, of course. Yeah, here, the place that I was driving with, I don't think they even had their own cars. Let's see. Craft-Furries! Hello! Am I too late to say hi to you? Are you still here? I know I was talking a lot. Craft-Furry says, the person I was 5 years ago was depressed and seriously considering a career change. Now I'm just depressed. I mean, I feel you. But if you're depressed and in a slightly more stable life situation, that's still improvement, you know? And I laughed because you said it in a funny way. I've been dealing with depression since I was a young teen, about 13. 13 it hit hard, and I was like, you know, a little bit later down the line, I was huffing copium, being like, that was probably the hormones going crazy. No, it hasn't really gone away. It's just something I've learned to cope with better, you know? Everybody gets better. I think like the vast majority of people, I would say in the world, but I only really know the US, the vast majority of people, I think, are dealing with some kind of mental health issue, whether they're getting help for it or not. I think it's a lot more normal to have a mental health issue than not. I know I do. No, it's supposed to be like that because the requirement for passing is pretty strict. That's fair. Validly so, because if I did that IRL, it would be dangerous. True. Hit somebody on the curb. You don't want that. It has to be strict. Southeast Asia traffic is wild. I mean, doesn't that insinuate that it would be less strict? I suppose it depends on the place. Elle says, I have experience for the true Southeast Asia driving experience. There are a bunch of crazy drivers. Being in a small car didn't make it better because I can feel the speed of the car if it fly by me. Oh yeah, like your car shakes. You get a little bit of that air passing. I'm glad I passed the road test because there was more intense, because that was more intense for me personally. Yeah, I actually kind of hate driving, to be honest. But we're in a world that it's a lot better to drive than not to. And you know, you want to have a car and the ability to drive if like somebody gets injured or you got to take a pet to the vet or like whatnot. You can't always rely on an Uber or public transit. Elle says, being a person who zones out very easily and having to drive is such a bad combo, I still need practice. It's not for everybody. I wish we didn't have to. Ziv says, to be fair, 2020 set the entire world back. You saw an opportunity and nabbed it. Yeah, I mean, I didn't even know the pandemic was coming, obviously. I didn't have insider pandemic information in 2019. But yeah, I'm glad I acted when I did. Florida driving permit lasts 10 years, I see. Yours is 4 to 5 months, Al. It's 2 years here, I think. Or at least close to it. Craft Freeze is still here. Good. Okay, you caught what I said then. Floofer says, I mean, Florida, for all intents and purposes, could be another country. True. 13, yeah, unfortunately, you know, life hits, I can't say different because it's the only experience I had, but life hits hard if, if poverty is a very real thing. I've kind of fought my own way. I'm not saying my parents did nothing. Maybe my father didn't do much. I don't know. I try to give credit where I can, but I did a lot of fighting through my life myself. Craffery says, I'm more so depressed that I'm not as likely to make the rank I want before I retire from the military, but at least I'll retire. Yeah, I get that sometimes, especially, you know, the other thing that poverty does, it takes so long to climb out of it, so if you do, you're usually behind in terms of... It's tough these days, you know, people, it's not like the past where you could be you could be like the local person who was the best at throwing a baseball or the best at playing this video game or that, and you'd be a local legend. Everybody would be like, yeah, nobody's better than this guy. These days, you have the entire world to compare yourself to on the internet. So like, by the time I had a little bit of financial freedom, I was like 27. and it hasn't been that long since that. So I have like all these 18 to 25 year olds that have made like some giant name for themselves on the internet and have a ton of money and all this to compare myself to. Now I know that's not the average case, but it's still difficult to mentally like remind yourself of that during the harder times. You're like, man, what I could have done if I had a little bit more resources back in the day. But honestly, like, that's a little bit of a fallacy. The fact that I'm so, like, the fact that I take action and I'm assertive and I make sure that things are moving the positive direction is probably largely due to the fact that for so long I had to, so I developed that mentality. I don't know that I'd be anywhere near the same level of a productive person as I am now if I didn't grow up in poverty. So I gotta, like, you know, your personality's formed out of those things too. For that reason, a lot of times I look back and I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't have had anything be different because I kind of like who I am. It's just sometimes it feels like a shame that I couldn't be like, oh yeah, I started as the 18-year-old YouTube content creator and moved on to the streaming sites when they first opened up, and I'm big and with 10 years of experience, and you know, it's all the dreams out there. But honestly, if you can manage to put yourself in a mentality to compare yourself to the average instead of compare yourself to the superstars of the internet, or the people who got lucky situations in life, or the people who had both a little bit of luck and a little bit of hard work, you know, everybody's got a different situation. So this is all just a back and forth, you know, fight in my brain at all times, because I'm still susceptible to the big sad of thoughts of what could have been. Ziv says, I'm convinced that there isn't a single person without a mental health issue, TBH. I'm kind of convinced of that too, but I usually don't say it that way just because I don't want to insinuate a mental health issue on anyone who really has a problem with that being insinuated on them. So I say most, just for that little safety net of whoever's listening being able to still be comfortable. I don't have anybody firing back being like, I don't have one, because that's up for them to discover if they do or not. Hold on, Darius wants to go out. That reminds me, I don't think we actually had a Darius interruption last stream. Most streams have one. All right, let me see what's being said here. Floofer says, and you don't want to know what happened unless you're ready to be scarred for life. Or scared for life, whichever you meant there. Honestly, like, I don't want to get into details. I've seen so much over my course of time on the internet. Because again, let me remind you guys, I don't always say it. Some people actually have an issue with this, but that's more, you know, I'll say that's a them issue. I'm 34, all right? So my original interactions with the internet were like when AOL was a browser. America Online was a browser. In fact, it was basically the browser besides Internet Explorer. AOL Instant Messenger was a thing. The internet was the Wild West. You would go on to the homepage. It might be the MSN homepage, because that was a thing back then too. And literally anything could be on it. Sometimes straight up porn would be on the homepage. And anywhere that you went on the internet, you could run into crazy things. And then the days of like Newgrounds started happening, and MySpace and this or that. You could go onto any web page and they could instantly start playing a piece of media at you, because browsers had less natural protection back then. There was a lot of stuff you could go through. So both between intentional and unintentional internet browsing, I think, like, I'm at a point where it would be really, really difficult to scar me with anything not safe for work that is like sexual in nature or something like that. The reason I say it specifically that way is because I do know that if I like saw videos of like, you know, forgive me for even saying this, if I saw videos of like animals being harmed and things like that, I'll say like extreme animal harm and things like that, those would scar me. That's something that affects me a lot, and I know there's crazies out there, so I wouldn't say there's nothing that could, but in terms of like what most people think of when they think not safe for work, I don't think it would be very easy. And P.O., let me check something real quick. Let me check something. Actually, I don't know. Okay, publicly. Publicly, I don't think the year shows up right on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. If you have your birthday on there. But I have my exact birthday on my Twitter. And in my Twitter bio, which does show up, of course, my Twitter bio says 30 plus. So, your little note taking is that Ricky's 34. You can have the exact date. It's been said on stream before, but it's also basically right there on my public profile. It's difficult to get dirt on me, Pio. It's like one time I showed Pio a clip of webcam me cosplaying as Lady Dimitrescu from Resident Evil 8, the vampire woman, the big tall vampire woman with the slashy fingers. I showed her that clip because I mentioned on stream that when she was playing with Hanyo that I had cosplayed as Lady D one time, and Pio was like, "Pics or it didn't happen." So I DM'd her the clip, and she was like, "I'm gonna use this as blackmail," and I'm like, "You can, but if you click on the clips link on my channel and you do popular, or you go by like popular and then all time, all you need to do is like scroll slightly to find it." I'm like a fairly open book. I don't have any like skeletons locked in my closets. Like if something weird, like if I did something weird, or I'm 34, or like even my appearance and things like that, they're all out there. Your data will be shared with my planet, people. You're gonna use you're gonna use me as like an example to study humanity. They're gonna think we're all weird. I mean, maybe that's kind of accurate. Let me scroll back up. I gotta scroll pretty far up, man. I talked a while, didn't I? Pio says Ricky tasted the real world early on. I did. Ricky lore reveal win? What, you mean real Ricky, or? Pio says, at least you're a giga Chad. Uh-huh. Did you laugh when typing that, Pio? Because that really determines the validity of your statement there. I see your grin. So Ziv says it's hard not to compare yourself to others, especially growing up in poverty. It's a valid thought process, but getting stuck in those thoughts or in those parts of your mind is detrimental to yourself. Luck does play a massive factor in our current age. Yeah, there's always luck. I hate it when people say things like, "Aw, man, you have like a stable software engineer job. You're so lucky. I wish I could do something like that, but I just can't." I hate people saying stuff like that, because that always like, I'm like, man, that's that's taking away all my hard work to get here by saying you're so lucky. I'm a software engineer, yes. I do game development stuff, yes. I can program in many different languages. You know what? That stuff does not come natural to me at all. Growing up, I was an artist. And I was a writer. I did fan fiction. I did fan art. I drew on, and these were not digital either. I mean, the fan fiction, I suppose, was. But like, I didn't have a computer until I was 7, and that computer was a brown screen Macintosh that you put floppy disks into. I was an artist. I had to teach myself the programming and stuff because I was like, ooh, I kind of want to make video games. And I had these little notebooks filled out with handwritten notes of what I wanted the video games to be like, and some concept art that I had drew when I was, little. I was like, I want to make video games. I didn't know how they were made. I didn't know what programming was. But I started looking into it because, again, I'm a doer. All right. If I have an interest in something, I don't know how to do it, I just start doing little searches until I find out. So I found out about programming. I started to teach myself. I still feel like if I take a long weekend, like a 3-day weekend instead of 2-day, I get back to work on Tuesday and I'm like, do I remember how to program? It's like It's never been natural to me. I had to work really hard to get here. So when people are like, "Oh, that's lucky," I wish I was like talented at that. And I'm like, it wasn't talent. It was a skill I had to develop for many years. And you can too. I honestly believe anybody legitimately interested in doing that can develop it. But if your only legitimate interest in doing that is the stability of the job and the fact that it pays well, you might not have the wherewithal to stick with programming during that time. You got to enjoy it a little bit, I think. At least like a little, to motivate yourself during the years where you're not making money from it. But all the same, yeah, it was not a talent of mine. You were there for ETA 8,000 years ago? Exactly, Ziv. Flipper says, oh yeah, I got a goat seed lemon partied and meat spinned. Oh no. What about the two girls and the one cup, Floofers? Newgrounds equals Wild West YouTube technically back then. Newgrounds was the site that almost anybody who was on it should not have been on, and they knew it and they were into it. I don't know. Newgrounds was, yeah, I don't know. It changed people. Lady Dwicky Tresk? I don't even want to read that, Ziv. Yeah, I mean, I just did, but it's a description of something like that. Your data will be shared with... Oh, I read that one. The planet people. Elle says, I had to get breakfast. What did I miss? What were we talking about? All kinds of things. Pio says, I meant it. Ricky's a Giga Chad, everyone. I still picture you laughing, but you didn't put an emote on that one, so I'm going to take it as a genuine compliment. Ziv says, luck doesn't equal hard work. It is the diametrically opposite. I like the word diametric, but I can never say it quickly, unless I've been saying it recently. I have a few things like that. Elle says, yeah, self-deprecation doesn't make others feel better just because you think someone's career is more favorable. People have different experiences and different levels of experience. Yeah. Agreed. That's why I very seldom comment on the differences in VTubing success as well. Because there's all kinds of conflicting arguments about that on Twitter. Because a lot of people get like booming success super quickly and think that it's normal, and a lot of people get really slow success and think that they've been shunned by the internet, and then get really bitter to the people who got big success. And like there's a lot of factors that play into that that people don't look at. Either they don't look at it on purpose because they're bitter, or they just aren't aware of it. But another thing that some people don't want to admit to is there are definitely types of VTubers, both in terms of people and in terms of the direction that they take with their VTubing, that do have, you know, the facts behind the numbers is they tend to explode a lot quicker. They tend to get bigger a lot quicker. There's nothing wrong with that. But also the thing that people don't like to look at when they see something like that, they're like, oh, they're so lucky they like blow up really quickly. The other thing, the people the thing they want, like try to ignore is the downside of that, because some of those ones that have booming success quickly have to deal with some really crummy people really quickly. And they also have to deal with a really big audience really quickly. You know, when I started streaming and I had 5 people in here, I was like, oh God, five people are watching me? Like, because for me, it felt like, you know, I was sitting in a room playing video games on a TV and like 5 people walked in and sat down. You picture that, right? Not everybody thinks of it that way, but imagine you're sitting in a room by yourself playing video games, maybe talking, as weird as that sounds, and then like 5 people come in and just sit around you and start looking, and suddenly involve themselves in the conversation that you were having to yourself. Now you're like, oh no, now the words that I'm saying have to actually be relevant to these people, and I need to be entertaining. The pressure. Imagine imagine blowing up. Because, like, I've seen some people, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm not immune to jealousy. I've seen some people on Twitter who, like, within a matter of 2 weeks, they go up to like 20,000 followers on Twitch, and I'll be like, wow, this person must be something else. And I'll like click through to their Twitch, and they haven't even streamed yet. And they just have a really cool model in their pre-debut, and they put out some videos that went viral, and like they'll have, you know, 30,000 followers on Twitter and 20,000 on Twitch before they've even done a stream, or they've just done a test, and they're like, I'm on a debut soon. And then on their debut day, they make like thousands and thousands of dollars and have thousands of viewers, and like super hype about it. But like, think about that from the perspective of somebody who hasn't streamed before. You start up your stream and suddenly there's thousands of people in there, and they're throwing numbers at you that you've never seen, and your chat is zipping by, and you're not used to addressing chat, and you don't know any of these people. Like, the names aren't familiar. You don't have like the comfort of seeing the regulars. You haven't built it up. And further than that, some of these people are going to be creeps. Some of them probably joined for the wrong reason. Further than that, if you blow up that big on a debut, usually it trails off a little bit. Like, you have to deal with ever shrinking numbers for a short while before they start going up again. At least just in terms of like the average viewers that you have. That's just the way that, you know, Twitch tends to work with blow-ups. As opposed to if you started from zero without really much promotion, and then and then people trickle in a little at a time. There's a lot of like mental stuff you have to deal with. So basically, I mean, I'm being very long-winded here. Yes, there are very different speeds of success. There's a lot of different factors that play in. There are different audiences, and it's kind of leaned towards some audiences are more lean towards some streamers than others, so there's definitely types of people who will take a lot longer for them to grow. But at the end of it, like, everybody's going through the struggles, and that's the same thing. It applies to real life as well, in a way. It's not all the same stuff. It's not like viewers, it's not followers, it's not necessarily money being thrown at you and things like that, but like, it gets back to comparing yourself to anybody else in the world. You're in a different situation. It's like the richest of the rich out there, they didn't even, like, a lot of them don't even get to develop properly because the brain wants to find boundaries when you're growing up. Imagine being one of those super rich people that money was never an issue for. Like, it probably sounds real nice to us, just like blowing up immediately on Twitch probably sounds nice to a lot of streamers. But there are certain, like, you have to go through some hardships to be a normal person. I think some of the richest people out there are also suffering from really bad mental health issues, but they may have never actually even realized it because they haven't like learned to face the obstacles, and they've been surrounded by yes people trying to lick their boots for their whole life because everybody hopes to get like a piece of the pie. Everybody's got something going on, so it never really makes sense to give anybody a hard time for where they're at, or, you know, it's a very valid thing to be jealous. I'll never say it's bad to be jealous, but you gotta try and remember to put it in perspective too. I don't know how this became like a soapbox stream. Let me read what you guys are saying again. Floofer says it would be so cool to make something like one of the original Resident Evil games, Resident Evil 1 through 3, Code Veronica and RE. Oh, yeah, I'd love to do, like, as soon as I have a game actually published or an app published or whatever, I'm gonna be super happy. Signalis was a true masterpiece of classic survival horror made now. I haven't heard of that one. Elle says booming success isn't the greatest either. If you get famous fast, people expect more of you faster when you aren't ready yet. Exactly. Like, you don't even know how to entertain yet, and a bunch of people are sitting there being like, wait, you have 30,000 followers, and this is what you do? And you're like, I don't know, man, I just pressed start streaming for the first time. Nid says, I was thinking about that the other day. Some of the bigger VTubers just seem to have a point in time where they blew up in popularity. Now picture 2.3 thousand, yeah. Now, also another thing to remember, just like a brief thing too, a lot of the people that you see show up out of nowhere on Twitter and suddenly blow up really huge, a lot of these are people that were already streaming for many years and got a following, and they're like, listen, I want to really try and be in the big game now, but I don't want to keep it on this channel. Like, I want to start over. So they tell their audience, hey, I'm making a new Twitch channel. I'm making a new brand. I'm going to post a debut day, and you guys can all follow me there. So they're actually established people. They know how to entertain. They know how to promote. They know how to do social media. They're just popping into a new spot, because sometimes that makes sense for someone. If you're like, all right, I did all my experimenting, now I know how to really do it. I've got a character in mind. I want to debut. I'm going to make something new. Sometimes these people are experienced people. And you can kind of see that when they're doing some of their media and stuff like that. It's like they know what they're doing already. And you don't know what you're doing from a point of no experience. That's just never how it happens. So sometimes, too, if you see somebody that blows up and you're like, how did they do that and I didn't? Sometimes they're getting thousands of followers that already existed, switching over to their new stuff, too. So you never know the details. Floofer says, I want to do VTubing, but I don't want to be bigger than like 30, 40 viewers tops at max on stream. I've conflicted myself with that, too, because I obviously want to grow, but I always want to be able to read chat. And I always want to be able to interact with the regulars, because I like that. It's cozy, it's nice. Elle says, comparing view numbers is ridiculous, because imagine having that many people watching you talk or play games. Like, I want to, and I have actually, like, streamed with people who had large numbers of people. My biggest at once here, let me see, I can actually look at it, I think. You guys can hear my echo there because I signed into Twitch. If I go to, where is it? Analytics. Yeah, if I go to my creator's dashboard, I go to analytics, I go to achievements. There's some achievement here, let me see. Yeah, the people know me achievement. Because there's streaming achievements. I don't know if you guys knew that. You get different achievements for different things. There's one people know me achievement 4. I have not unlocked this. It's have 1,000 viewers at the same time, and they always keep track of how close you got, so I can look at that one. The most people that I've had watching me at once while I was streaming is 720 people. Let me see, can I don't know if I can show this without kind of like doxing some things, so maybe I won't show it, but actually, you know what, I can do it this way while I'm talking. I had 720 people watch me one time, and I've streamed with people who had thousands, like when we did the one-on-one. I don't know how many people remember this. Is there anybody in chat who saw this stream when we did the one-on-one Sea of Thieves stream with Meowko? Did anybody ever see that? All right, look, this is a scuffed way of showing you guys, but I just did I did the snip. We're in MS Paint, all right? People know me, have 1,000 viewers at the same time. 720 out of 1K. There we go. In fact, the 720 that I had at once was from a Meowko raid. So I've streamed in front of a lot of people before. I don't mind it. I don't get terribly intimidated by it, but I do want to be able to read chat. Pio says, I never thought of it that way. Ricky, you unlocked my new nightmare. And now are you going to picture everybody like every time you start stream, Pio? You're going to have 10, 20 people flood into the room that you're sitting with. Like you're sitting by yourself in front of your TV and 10, 20 people are going to come in. Sometimes it'll go up to 40, just packed into a room all staring at you or staring at your activity. Like one stranger's already intimidating enough. Yeah, you need to have some time to be able to get by some of those things mentally. Now imagine yourself playing video games in a stadium, right? I could, though. I don't mind crowds. Ziv says, I mod for VTuber like that. Can confirm it's an actual hell I've never experienced. I modded for Potastic P, who at the time had about almost 300,000 followers. And I modded for Meowko, who at the time of me modding had about 200,000. And I've streamed with both of them, although Potastic P I didn't do any like direct collaborations. I streamed as a mod in an Among Us game. Meowko I actually did a direct collab with. El says there's nothing wrong with pre-debut hype, but the consequences are daunting. Sure can be. Hey Rambo, hello. I apologize, I'm very far behind. You probably have been here for a while. Welcome. I hope you guys all enjoy the talks. We definitely get off on trains here. Everyone here is going to be VIP when Wiki gets popular. Yeah, I mean, you can guarantee that I'm not going to forget the name of any of the regulars, even if I become one of those people who has like 2,000 viewers at once. I'm going to be like, ho, whoa, whoa! And you're probably still going to be part of the early gang. I hope so. I have had a couple of people who are regulars like completely disappear. And I get sad a little bit, and I'm like, I hope they're okay. And then I'll like end up in some other place at some point and see them on somebody else's stream completely unrelated to me, like Iron Mouse or something. I'm like, oh, they're okay. I don't feel sad about it when I see that. It's like my baby grew up. El says, like, if I get back to streaming, I just want an amount that's small and cozy. I just like the interactions. Big numbers are fun, but they tire you out if you can't handle it. Yeah, and I think that, like, the natural growth, you get used to handling it. Now, there is always some point of explosion. You see one of these VTubers, that, or one of these streamers in general, that has 100,000 or more followers. They didn't slowly climb to that number. A lot of people go through like the slow build for a little bit and then they explode. There's always some explosion time. If you get to that number, it means you exploded at some point, because you don't slowly climb to that number. It just wouldn't happen. But during that time of the slow climb, you get bigger and bigger numbers. You've had enough times. Maybe you get raided by somebody large here or there. You get the ability to kind of practice it a little bit before the explosion. Like, what's his name? Sykkuno. Sykkuno went from like 800 viewers at most 1 year. And 800 viewers at the same time is huge, don't get me wrong. But he went from like 800 viewers at most 1 year to next year having 50,000 viewers at once sometimes. During 2020. Were you sweating? I wasn't. I was a little bit earlier in my entertaining career. I think I was just a little bit more like, I don't know, giddy from being able to play with somebody that I enjoyed the content of. I think I was a little bit probably, and like I wasn't starstruck, but probably more angled toward that than nervous. So I probably did less like talking like a streamer and more talking like being excited to play the game together. Hey Boomer, you're the one that put my hood on, huh? It's been on long enough. I took a while here. Yeah. How you doing, Boomer Russ? Zib says I'd straight up needed new pants. Holy, yeah, it could happen. Craftery says only enough. I have the 1,000 viewers at once. Oh, oddly enough, I have the 1,000 viewers at once. It was a one-time raid train. Crafteries. I kind of want to like guess who it was, but I probably don't know. But yeah, that's usually how it happens. Like 720. The only time that I naturally like, my natural highest number that I've climbed to was about 50 viewers, and and I laugh because it's my goal to get back there at some point. And by naturally, I mean without like any kind of raid, because I've passed 50 and 70 and stuff a couple of times when a raid came in. But the only time that I naturally climbed to above 50 viewers. Ow, why was I bonked? Let me scroll down. This fell? How dare you, fell? I'll get back to you in a second. The only time that I naturally climbed to 50 viewers was when I was doing a Rachel stream. Back when I was a little skinnier, I'm not that different from now, but back when I was a little skinnier and I put on the the camera filter to be like female version of me, the numbers naturally climbed to above 50. And that's the only time it's happened. So I'm like, I need to beat Rachel. At some point, I need to naturally like entertain people enough to get above 50 without a raid, just so I can. So like, I gotta hit 60. And I could be like, all right, take that, Rachel. Elle says that was a crazy time. Were you there on Craft Free's stream, or are you talking about something I said? Was it the Meowko thing? Over 1,400 eyes. True. 1,400 eyes. Yeah, everybody's got two, you know? Makes it sound more impressive. Elle says, when Jose rated me the first time I was streaming, the numbers freaked me out. Like, sure, it isn't big, but more than 10 is already insane. Yeah. I don't think I ever got a chance to raid you, Elle. I can't remember. Because I know that if I ended stream and I had seen you on, I would have raided you. Because I like to do that, but I think our time zones have always been so different. Like, Jose streams a lot later than me, so he had the opportunity. Ziv says, I love talking with everyone. It's hard to find genuine discourse online. It sure is. Aru says, CXGS Brygor, my twins Heaven, etc. Yeah, Heaven's Cloud. Miss him. MZ as well. Pants are an option. I can tell by your comment, by the way, how far behind I am. Hey, there we go. We got to Fel. Fel said, Exen, how could you? And then bonked me. What did I do? Starting problems is hard. What did I do, Fel? You know what I did do, actually? I don't think you were here for last stream, Fel. I beat Radon for the very first time ever, and I did it without a summon. I didn't summon anybody, and I did it without using my horse. Just because that's how I am. Rachel, Peepo arrived? Yeah, a lot of Peepo arrived, Rambo. There were a few people that were at my Rachel stream, including Jose, the first time, and saw it climb above 50, and they still laugh at me for it. They're like, yeah, your time that you grew the most on stream was when you were in girl form. Like, god dang it. Meowko one? Ah, gotcha. Yeah, that was crazy. Time zones are always whack for sure. Craffery says the raider was a fellow craftsman called Boyd's Custom Craft. He was raided by another craftsman who was also raided. The raids just pull each other and get over 1,000. I love it when that happens on Twitch. It's so easy to like look at all these different negatives out there. A lot of people drown in like the darkness of the internet, and I'm not gonna lie, there's times I need to get off social media and stuff. But I love when people can raise each other up. Like I said something on Twitter the other day, I was worried people would take it the wrong way. What's going on, lo-fi? Here, let me restart this. Actually, let's go into a different lo-fi here. There we go. I was worried people would take this the wrong way, because I said on Twitter the other day, I was like, I don't know if this is a hot take, but I don't think there's anything wrong with people collaborating together for like the sheer intent to generate clout, to get clout for themselves. And, you know, the key word was together, and then later when I was talking about, you know, sometimes people are trying to do this as a career, and they don't always have time to make friends first, but like they want to mutually share each other's communities and kind of get the numbers up a little bit, and like through that they get to know each other. I was like, there's nothing wrong with that. And obviously the key words are together and mutual. Because there's a lot of things on Twitter where people try to clout chase, and that's where the taboo has come in, and the sort of negative association with the word clout is like people trying to use or step on others for clout, somebody trying to punch down, or people making up hate messages, or disabilities sometimes, or, you know, whatever it is, to generate clout. There's a lot of negative stuff, and there's a lot of scummy people out there. That's just a fact of the world. But, like, there's a surprisingly large amount of taboo against approaching another streamer and suggesting, hey, I think that if we stream together, our fans would find this entertaining, and it would be good for our channels. And there shouldn't be, because that's perfectly valid. And a lot of times people that do that start to become, like, they kind of hit it off during the collaboration, and they start to become friends, and they want to, you know, raid each other and collab more often and share their communities. But, like, a lot of people on Twitter are like, absolutely never collaborate with anyone unless you've had the chance to become friends and play games a bunch offline first and hang out and voice chats all the time first and this and that. And they just put out this huge list of, like, requirements before you ever collaborate with anybody. And I'm like, I 100% think that you should check out the vibes of a person first. Like, you should spend a little bit of time looking into them, and then before you ever collaborate, yeah, you want to get maybe on a call and establish boundaries or preferences when it comes to a collab. But if you had to make, like, friends with everybody before you had a collaboration with them, that's like, that's like, it's not gonna happen. Just the reality of it is it's not gonna happen. Sometimes, like, a lot of streamers are so busy that you gotta make friends through the act, you know? And that's all I meant. Luckily, people seem to, like, somewhat agree with that. It wasn't my most liked post ever, but, but it's just, you know, I wanted to say it. I just speak my thoughts sometimes, even if people won't always like it. I don't, it's probably not the best thing to do for my brand, so I don't do it all the time, but at least I'm tactful, you know? Some people convince themselves that they're the person who says what nobody else is willing to say, but that's really just an excuse for them to be, like, jerks. Or, you know, the fact that nobody else says it is actually because they disagree with them. I'm not doing that stuff. I'm not trying to be edgy or being like, I'm the only one speaking the truth. It's just, like, sometimes I have a thought of, like, why do we make this a taboo when it's actually a good thing for people? Azrael dude, hello. Lurking doing things? Well, thank you for being here anyway. I appreciate the lurk. I hope you're doing well. I see stretch and hydrate. We'll redeem that as I talk here. Moonshadow, hello. Moonshadow says, just passing by really fast. Give Ol a kiss, and I hope you have a good stream, Wiki, in chat. I'm at work. I'm sorry I probably didn't catch you in time, because I've been talking like crazy. Lots of good conversations today so far. Hello, Moonshadow. Thanks for coming by. Haruru says, I don't miss MZ. I'll always find MZ. MZ's always over at Patastic P. I see MZ over there a lot. I'm actually lurking and watching at Patastic P fairly often. I just don't say anything there too often because I do have some haters in that community. And they're the people that I've mentioned before, you know, like the person who messaged me after years of no interaction to yell at me about the fact that I was celebrating 3 years of streaming and be like, why haven't you quit already? Why are you doing this? They're from that community, and it's like somebody I've like never interacted with when I was there. That's like almost all the people who give me hate messages are people I've like never interacted with, and I'm like, where'd you come from? And why am I living in your head rent free? I didn't ask to be there. Please evict me from your brain. It's fine. You don't have to think about me. So I tend to be quiet more often than not, just to not disturb anything. Elle says the communication is key for that kind of collab. Yes, exactly. Nid says, I think the only things I want to do streaming for is just to share things I'm doing with others, honestly. Yeah, that's how I started. And then you, like, kind of decide where you want to go from there. Took me years to decide where I wanted to go, to be honest. Elle says, like, how do you think business brands do collaborations being besties? Nah. Yeah, you gotta have some of it be, like, business relationship first, and then it turns into stuff. As long as you have mutual understanding and communication. Yeah, as long as you and the other person are on the same page, like, nobody is using the other person, and you've communicated important things like boundaries, and what's okay to say, and what you can plug, and, like, and you have similar vibes, that can be awesome. Ziv, thank you for the head pats, by the way. I didn't know who redeemed it until I got down there. Elle says, how do you become a supporter of one of the sweetest streamers and be so horrid? Well, you know, when it, like, that's gonna happen. Like, there's nothing, absolutely nothing against Potastic P's community by saying that, by the way. I love Jeannie's community. That's just gonna happen when you have hundreds of thousands of people following. She's got like 380,000 people following. Like, think about that number. We were talking about picturing 10 or 20 people cramming into the room with you to watch what you do. Think of almost 400,000 people. Now, granted, they don't all watch at once, but yeah, when you got that many people, it's like, there's a lot of bad people out there. So just on average, you're gonna have some bad eggs. It's not a reflection on the community at all. That's an awesome community. And I was there today. Ziv says, why go out of your way to tear somebody down? I think there's like a lot of reasons. I think it usually means that the person who's doing that is not in a great space themselves, like in their life. They're usually discontented with stuff, or they're using hating on somebody else as a way to cope with something they're going through. It's usually not a very happy and contented person who does that. So I try not to, like, what's the word? I try not to focus on that too much. I try not to give that too much attention. Cause, like, yeah, I've gotten some hate DMs. I've gotten some kind of funny hate DMs because clearly the person knows so little about me while communicating to me, and they'll go on, like, paragraphs of tangent, and it's somebody I've never talked to, and they'll sound like they're having a back and forth, but none of my own messages are in there. I could do what some people do. In fact, I think some people even fabricate hate DMs that look like that, just to get extra clicks and stuff on Twitter, because those things go viral. I could totally go through some of my DMs and screenshot them, and, you know, block out the person's name and picture and put them on Twitter and be like, man, look at this person, huh? But I don't do that, because they're going through stuff too. I don't engage with them, because if that's how they want to come at me, it's like, well, you don't deserve my attention if that's what you're gonna fill up my stuff with. Like, you should just kind of get blocked, and then you can go about your life. But I'm not gonna, like, put them on the internet and roast them either, because a lot of times it's somebody who's going through something. You know, where a lot of social media has gotten used to rewarding people, or gotten people used to being rewarded for negativity, which goes a lot into what Ziv was saying about how it's hard to find good discourse these days, because older internet, it used to be pretty easy to have good discourse. You could go onto a forum or even Facebook, and Facebook's so toxic now. You could go onto a Facebook comment section or a forum somewhere, this or that, and you could have a perfectly reasonable political debate even with somebody who highly disagrees with your point and you highly disagree with theirs, but you can share reasons and you can post some sources and you can get to the point where both of you are like, all right, I guess, like, if you're looking at it from that angle, that kind of makes sense why you think this way, but here's my rebuttal and why I think that it's this other way. And, you know, I used to love those because that felt like a legitimate share of information. But unfortunately, the landscape's kind of changed a little bit. And nowadays, even if people kind of want that kind of discussion, That kind of thing doesn't go viral on the internet, and that kind of thing doesn't tend to get positives on the internet. And more often these days, if somebody posts like a long statement that's well thought out, the only thing you're really going to get in response is like, I'm not reading all that. Sorry that happened to you, or congratulations. Or you'll get a TLDR question mark, or like, you know, look at all those words, or somebody posting the actually emote. Like, nobody's gonna read or acknowledge what you say if you put out a long thing like that. And the vast majority of people who spend a lot of time on those sites are more interested in posting a really good burn, because they're like, if you post a really good burn, you're gonna get a bunch of like likes on it. Because people can read it quickly and they get a little dopamine hit from somebody who agreed with them saying something so harsh. And then, you know, people might screenshot it and repost it. You might be on some of those accounts that are like, oh, internet burns, this or that. There's like a lot more validation of quick negatives than of like long thought out discussions in most spaces now. And I'm not really sure like the right solution, because that's just kind of like how social media works as an engine so far. And that has an effect on the brain after a little while. People are like, oh, the way to proceed with life is to have absolutely no time for anyone who disagrees with you, and just get really good at burning people or being a jerk. So I like really don't like to blame people. I don't like to blame people. I mean, yes, there's definitely like people who need to be held accountable for their actions. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm never going to be like, oh, people are never at fault, because there's definitely some people I think are very much at fault of things, and I feel that they should be seeing more justice come to them than they actually are. But I don't like to blame people on a whole, because I think we've created a lot of societal issues with things, and like I said, a lot of people are going through stuff. Like, a lot of people, it's not fully their fault that they're like that. I don't know. And a little bit, like, even hearing myself say stuff like this is another thing the internet has done. Even hearing myself say stuff like this, I start to think about the words of like, oh, look at this guy, all high and mighty, think he's better than everybody else. Get off your high horse, or you're virtue signaling. Because that's what the internet does these days. Like, saying this stuff, I'm not trying to be like, ooh, I'm at a higher point of thinking and I recognize things on a higher level than to blame people. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just old and I have experience, okay? I know 34 isn't really old, but I've been through some stuff, so I understand. I'm just empathetic, all right? That's all it is. Reading Reddit comments is your favorite pastime, Haruru? Oh god. Let's see. Floofer says somebody just pointed out everyone who owns a yacht look all the same, but they have enough money that they could actually buy something cool like an 18th century ship off the line. True. I'd probably buy some weird things if I was rich. Nid says, I remember getting such a hateful DM from someone on Pinterest. I don't even have a presence on the internet. They were just angry. Yeah, people are just looking to... Because, like I said, a lot of people are going through something. And they gotta vent it off on somebody. Those people could also solve world hunger. Yeah, I promise you guys, I'm never gonna be a billionaire. It's not a problem I'm running into. But if I ever, like... If something happens, if I invent something, or I end up having enough monetary income, or so I explode in some way that, like, somehow I approach or hit $1 billion, that money's gonna start funneling off to other things, because nobody really ever needs that money. There's no way to spend that much money in your lifetime. And there's a lot of other people that need help, and as somebody who grew up in poverty, I couldn't, like, feel right holding on to that much money. So if I ever get close, I'm gonna start vending machining money out to people in need, I swear. Floofer says, and yeah, it's the same for a lot of people who get radicalized. They usually have a lot of stuff going on. Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of radicalization actually preys on people who are suffering, you know? If you've gotten really brushed under the rug by, you know, the system or the government or something when you were in need, and like everything was built against you, then you're gonna radicalize to heavily anti-government stuff and this or that, etc. It's like, that's just one example, but radicalization is easiest. Just sort of like, I'm not gonna say religion is radical. That's up to everybody to make their own mind up on, but the same is kind of true with religion, is it's easiest for somebody to convert to a religion that they weren't a part of already, if they're going through a really, really low point in their life. Nid says, isn't it wild we went from calling people nerds to nerds calling other nerds nerds? Yeah, and nerds self-identifying as nerds, that it's like a nice thing. Like, I call myself a nerd, and my friends nerds, as like a term of endearment. Ziv says it's important to be open to different perspectives, even if it directly opposes yours. Being able to step into their shoes can teach you much, which in turn you learn to understand them. I wish it was more common. Yeah, really, like a lot of people are shooting themselves in the foot by not being willing to have those discussions, because if you only allow yourself to think about one half of everything, you're missing out on a whole, you know, usually things aren't like, you know, one side versus another either. We like to make things binary. It's usually more complicated by that. So at the very least, you're missing out on 50% of the information if you lock it out. And that's at the very least. If it's anything more than binary and there's like, you know, a bunch of angles to it, you're only accepting whatever piece of information is in the one that you're hard and fast, like, stuck on. You're like, that's not good for you. Like, you can still have your opinions if you accept all the other information that you're being given too. Like, you can hear it, you can understand where people are coming from, you can get how the information passes around, but shutting out information is like not good. Elle says, I get having struggles with reading long discussions, but what's happening now is ridiculous. Yeah, for sure. I mean, everybody's used to just scrolling now. Like, I probably drive some people crazy with how long I answer each comment on here. Altair says, some of the worst hate DMs I've ever seen has been between K-pop fans. Oh, yeah. I've read some of them and really start to question what's going on in these people's lives for them to say what they say. Yeah. There's a whole other set of things that go into that. A lot of like projection and escapism and stuff getting disrupted by seeing how some other fan interacts with the same people, or the thoughts about the same people. It again comes down to a lot of people who are, you know, have mental health issues, which isn't a problem, trying to live life with those mental health issues, and then it gets disrupted. Nid says, pretty sure the internet has become a living example of what hell is. Gotta be close. I mean, it's beautiful in a lot of ways too. There's still a lot of positives to it. Like what I was talking about earlier with the amount of skills I'm trying to develop right now. I wouldn't be able to do any of those nearly as well without the internet. But you gotta know how to use it and when to take breaks. Nid says, you say something and the demons twist your words to make you look pretentious, mean, or stupid. It's like the you hate pancakes thing that was going around on Twitter. They're always like, oh yeah, Twitter's the place that people are so ready to twist your words that you say something like, I love waffles, and somebody will be like, oh, so you hate pancakes then, huh? You hate omelets? What do you have against old breakfast food besides waffles? It's like, I didn't say that. P.O. says, I think it's just because you're a genuinely wholesome person. What is this, P.O.? I mean, I appreciate it. And I think you are too. But also, I'm not used to just the statements of genuine praise. Alright, they still fluster me a little bit. It's the tsundere again, alright? It creeps out. I have to be like, no, you must be ready to poke fun at me, right? Floofer says there's no ethical way to make $1 billion. Yeah, I don't think so. But if it ever does start to happen to me, I gotta start like getting it out there. You agree with Floofers too? Yeah, it would be a dangerous road to go down, Pio. I've heard you start in on your thoughts about capitalism, and I'm like, man, me and Pio kind of agree on capitalism a lot. If you and I had an unfiltered capitalism rant stream, I think that would be a bad idea, first off. I think that we would get so into each other agreeing with our points that we'd probably, like, I don't know, we'd probably start anarchy through our stream or something. Like, I don't think it would be a good VTuber stream to have, but I'm like, I could just feel it from PO sometimes. Holding back because you're online. Floofer says, if you made it $10 million a year, it would take just over a lifetime to make $1 billion. Most people don't hit 1/10 of that in an entire lifetime. Yeah, I would really love to actually, like, one of my goals is actually to hit $1 million. At least in net worth, but I'd like to have $1 million, like, actually of money that I have access to. Just because I came from poverty so much, and if I had $1 million, that would really open me up from being able to start doing some of the things I really want to do. Like, I would love, and, you know, regardless of your opinions on the guy, I know that sometimes it's a little bit, he's a little controversial, and I actually don't know why, because I haven't looked into him very much. So I'm sorry if I'm mentioning somebody who's more controversial than I know. I know some people hate him, but I would love to do some content like Mr. Beast does. Like, not the same exact style of activities in it, because they're just, like, not my personality. But I would love to be able to do things where I'm just, like, doing things to help a big community, or giving out large amounts of money for something fun, and then also making entertainment out of it. I was even thinking about doing some of those things on a smaller scale, of being like, oh, I'll get some, like, VTubers together, and we'll do, like, a short little competition, and the winner gets $100 or something like that. You know, because I don't have a lot of money now. But I want to be generous. I want to get to a wealth in my life that enables me to be generous. Maybe that's, like, the right way to say it. Craffery says, well, I think you're a friggin' nerd, so you're in good company. You're a nerd too, Crafferys. I remember your Darth Vader and Mandalorian wallet, the little baby Yoda inside. I love that, by the way. I don't know if you saw the 3-year anniversary stream. I went through the Creation Showcase channel, and I saw that. I watched it twice, and I gave you a shout out too, gushing over it. Floofer says, I'm a red fox. You're also a nerd. I'm sorry if you don't want to be called a nerd, though. I say that lovingly. We're participating in anarchy? Yeah, sure. It says, I swear, people just hate Mr. Beast. There's no good reason as far as I can tell. That's how I perceive it as well, but I am also aware that, like, sometimes people have done things or been involved in things that that I don't know about, because I don't necessarily learn a lot about a lot of content creators. So sometimes I'll hear a lot of hate about a content creator, and I'll go search, and I'll find out some things, and I'm like, oh, I didn't know. So I wanted to leave it open just in case he actually had done something. But for me, it seemed like, I don't know, like he'll go and give an entire, what is it? I don't watch his videos too often, but what did he go and give, like, a bunch of towns in Africa, like the children in those towns, new shoes or something like that. And he did a video where he got a bunch of deaf people cochlear implants, or people who are mostly blind, like surgeries to help their blindness, and people are like, man, he's awful. He's making entertainment out of these videos, so he's exploiting people who have problems. But like, I think the people were pretty happy to be having those things happen. And like, ultimately, if you're generating the money to be able to continue to help people by creating content out of the fact that you're helping people, I don't think that's exploiting the people. I think that's just enabling you to keep helping the people. I mean, I don't know how much income he makes versus how much he puts out, but he seems to be one of the most generous, like, givers of content creators that I've seen. And it's not just to other content creators. So as far as I can tell, I'm like, isn't it just a good thing? Isn't it just good? But you know, there's some things I can definitely be unfamiliar with. Like, I didn't, when Dream, for example, Dream the Minecraft streamer, revealed his face, I never really knew anything about Dream. I didn't watch his content or anything. I just suddenly heard like so much hate about Dream, and I was like, what? Did this guy actually do anything wrong, or just people just really don't like his face? Even some of my like followers hated him too, so I had to like look into some of that. And I did see that he did have a little bit of a history of questionable things. I didn't look too far into it, but I was like, okay, at least I can like see some of the angles people were coming from on that. But sometimes it takes me by surprise. I'm like, oh, I didn't realize the content creator was hated by so many people. I think that just comes more and more though. Like I said, I've had some severely hateful DMs and things like that, and I don't think I've ever done anything. In fact, if I did feel like sharing these DMs, you guys would see that like the things that the people complain about, they don't really have any, there's no merit to them, and they're not related to anything I actually have done or anything like that. Like, there's no content for them to be complaining about. It's just hate for hate. Like some of you guys have said, you've gotten from random people on websites when you don't even really have a presence. There's just always people out there who are willing to hate on you, and not necessarily with that much reason. So, you know, the more I grow, the more eventually I expect to get more hate, even if I don't do anything worthy of the hate. I'm ready for it. It's just a part of things. But I do want you guys to slap me and keep me in check if I ever do anything wrong too, though. I don't love when a streamer does legitimately do something wrong and then their fan base is really rabidly defending them. Because I realize I can do things wrong too. I don't think I have yet, and I'm hoping that I can be in control of myself enough to not, but if I ever cross some kind of boundary, like hold me to making it right, I'd say. Craft says I wasn't able to make it to the stream, but I appreciate it. Yeah, not everybody was, but I just want to make them know that I shouted them out. Also, do you stream, Crafteries? Because I said I think you did on that stream, but I didn't know for sure. Anarchy confirmed. Floofer says his thumbnails irk me. That's my only dislike of him. Is that Mr. Beast? Or Dream? Floofer says I really respect Mr. Beast's trans allyship. Yeah, I appreciate that too. What is it? Actually, I don't know if she still goes under the same name, because I don't really watch the content, so I don't want a dead name either. But yeah, I know what you mean. Unhinged people gonna be unhinged. You can't stop those kinds of people from doing those kinds of things. Yeah, for sure. That's why I appreciate things like Twitch's function that they're gonna bring out soon, where if you ban somebody from your stream, they can't even watch it anymore. They're making, because right now if you ban somebody from a stream, they can keep watching your stream all the time. And some people get really, really obsessive and get banned because they've made a streamer uncomfortable because of how obsessive they are. But then they can still continue to be obsessive on their own time. And then they go posting about every little thing that the streamer just said or did and talk about them in some obsessive, creepy way, or get like really mad that they were banned from it and still watch every hour. And that can get really, really bad. But, recently, Twitch made a change, so if you ban somebody, they can't watch your stream anymore. And I think that's a very good safety improvement, because if you get really obsessive people, or people who you're living in their head rent-free, you can't stop them from being that way. But the more that you can be out of their sight, the more that you can just kind of like block them out of there, it's good for them too. Because if they can't engage with your stuff, and if they can't engage with you, you're not going to be permanently living in their head, because, you know, their brain goes time without seeing you and they start to adjust to that and they can move on. And that's better for them too. It's better for you, it's better for them. Obsession isn't good for anybody. So I'm glad they're doing that. Let's see. We'll keep your megalomania in check, thank you. Speaking of which, should probably do some megalovania soon. Altair says, just getting ahead in case. With the bonk hammer, thank you. Fluffer says, we'll stop you from crossing the Rubicon or invading Poland. Rafferty says, yes, though it's been a year since my computer broke and I have yet to replace it. Oh, I see. Wait. So have you just not been using a computer for a year, Craft Race? Are you just using a phone? Or are you using a laptop or something? If you're somehow like minus laptop or computer and you're just phone, big respect. It's a hard thing to do these days. The die shall not be cast. You reminded me of some songs, Floofers. Guru says slaps wiki, change category, we're reaching 2 hours. Yeah, we actually did the thing that was the original intended, the intended plan for when I went to the Eccentropy 2.0 model and put up a normal schedule and entered the hard working arc that we're in now, was to make it so that the first 2 hours of stream were talking, like a just chatting stream where we could kind of do whatever. And the second 2 hours were gaming, but usually I only talk for 1 hour and we do 3 hours of gaming. We actually have almost hit 2 hours today, although we were like 16 minutes late to starting the stream. I apologize for that. She goes by Chris now, I think. Okay, so verbally the same, right? Nid says, I'd love to live in a world where if I generally upset someone, I could talk to them and understand why, and then decide whether or not I was right or wrong and apologize either way. Instead, it goes south really fast. Yeah, it depends on your relation with the person and how you approach it, of course, but we're definitely in a lot more of a... It's very easy to stand on landmines by accident these days. Ziv says parasocial behavior is more common than it should be. It speaks to the general mental health of the populace. It's very common. That's my biggest reason for thinking it. Because I'm pretty good at shrugging things off myself. I don't mind too much hitting me. I get a lot, like, the gloves come off when somebody starts harassing one of my friends, because I'm very defensive when it comes to my friends and family and things like that. For me, I'm like, I can deal with it. It's like people are going through things. But I have modded for those very big channels and a lot of other like smaller channels, but still like reasonably sized, and a lot of friends channels and things. And man, there is some scary parasocialism at all levels. I've even had some of it here. I've had a few people who've shown up to like a stream or two and then sent me some really odd DMs filled with some really odd things, and I've had to set some boundaries. And I can reasonably say that because they're not people who are really around anymore, because they wanted something that wasn't being provided. So I'm not calling any of you out. It's people who aren't here anymore. You haven't had a laptop for like a year or two, Floofers? But do you have a PC, or are you just on phone? Her name is Chris Tyson. Okay, cool. Craftery says yes to phone only. That's the reason why I'm not able to play with you and Jose. Respect. I couldn't do that. I mean, part of, like, most of the reason why I couldn't do that is because I've established a career that is entirely, like, computer-based. I'm a software engineer, and a game developer and a streamer. But also, like, all my hobbies, writing, digital art, they're all computer related, so I've tied myself very heavily into the computer world. Not necessarily the best thing, but that's how it be for me. Just on phone, mobile gang? Wow. Alright, so I have finally, I think for the first time this stream, just hit the final thing that was written, which was Mobile Gang by Ziv. I've talked a lot. We've gotten to the end of the comments. I appreciate you guys being a part of these conversations. This is like why I'd have to rework things a little bit if I got a very, very large following and a lot of people in chat. Because obviously I couldn't talk this exact way. Not quite. Not covering everybody's comments. If I had so many people in chat, you know, I'd have to just catch the odd comment here and there. And I know I participate in some larger streams too. Sometimes you say something and you're like, the streamer completely misses it, it's gone, and you're just like, ah, man, I kind of wish they would have seen that one. But then you just kind of have to move on. You don't spam or anything. As long as you have good etiquette, you don't spam or anything. You just let that float off into the ether. Maybe you say it sometime later if you really wanted them to see it, but I like being able to address each of you. You know, I'm trying to do this as a career, so eventually I probably won't be able to address every comment, but I want to at least have like this feeling and this kind of space for the streams as much as possible. Ziv says, thank you for providing the time and space for us to talk. It's been a wonderful time. I like it. I like it. It's cozy. It doesn't necessarily bring up like the number of viewers a lot. There's always these concessions between trying to be a professional streamer and also doing it for the reasons that I'm passionate about. You know, it's not the way to optimize numbers on Twitch, to sit here and just chatting and talk about all these random things, especially if they're topics some people don't like to hear about, like drama and stuff like that. But I wouldn't sacrifice it. However, we are reaching the 2-hour mark, and I do want to play some Undertale, because I can't really go past midnight, which is less than 2 hours from now. Like, I will probably end up going past it by at least a few minutes, because I always do. But I really shouldn't, because it's a work week, and tomorrow I actually have to go to work earlier than usual, because it's a PI planning day, which in my software engineering world means it's actually day 3 of a complete day full of meetings only. From 9 a.m. to like 5 p.m. Of just like solid meetings planning the next, 6 to 8 weeks of work with a bunch of different teams, and making sure that our strategies and our plans and everything are aligned among different teams and that we're ready for release dates of products and such. So I have to make sure that I got some decent sleep, so not only am I able to wake up earlier than usual for it, but I also don't fall asleep during the entire day long meeting, because that's also a challenge sometimes, when all these other teams are talking about things that don't necessarily involve me, but I still have to be awake for the moments that do involve me, and attentive. So yeah, let's switch to Undertale. I just updated the category. I think you guys should see that reflect. Now, I don't know whether Twitch has made the change or not to have the category or the title. I didn't change the title, but I don't know if they've made the category or the title update dynamically without you needing to refresh the page first. I'm not sure, but we should be in the Undertale category now. So let me scooch over to this window. Here we are. And get into Undertale. There's a chance, now probably not a terribly high chance, because I do want to play Elden Ring as well. Elden Ring is on my brain. There is a chance that we might do Undertale on Thursday as well. Right now that's scheduled to be Elden Ring. But, you know, Undertale's not getting too much attention from us lately, and obviously we're not going to be able to play it. It's probably going to be less than 2 hours of it tonight. So there's a chance I'll do Undertale on Thursday as well. Depends on a couple factors. It depends on the severity of my Elden itch. Basically it's like it's a version of Scarlet Rot that I can only ease away by playing Elden Ring. And it depends on if I have hurt my throat a little bit too much by playing Undertale and doing the voices. Because if that's the case when Thursday comes, I might have to give my voice a break. Alright, can I Alt-Enter this thing? Let me see. Alt-Enter. Yeah, I can. Okay, cool. It does skip the cutscene, though, so I'm glad I didn't do that the first time. First time we booted this up, I was like, I better let this sit first, in case Alt-Enter skipped it. Music in this game is so good. Ziv says, I'm happy to see more Undertale. Onion Ring is a good time, always. Yeah, they're both good. I just, you know, we've been putting a lot of hours into Elden Ring. And I can't quite tell how many hours we put into this one. I don't know if 199 is minutes. I suppose, maybe. So that's like, what, just over 3 hours, if those are actually minutes? Time for sleep? Alright, Crab Freeze, thank you for coming by and being a part of the conversation. It was nice. I hope you had fun here. And, keep making amazing things. Everybody make sure to check out Craft Freeze. Maybe he hasn't streamed for a little while because of the computer situation, but I bet will again at some point, and you'll see some cool craft work. Alright, so we were level 1. I think that's because I'm not fighting things. I assume that's the case. I think a little over 3 hours in, we were in Snowden Town, and when we last played, we tried to romance Papyrus. And we went on a little date with him, and he's like, listen, I'm sorry, I tried this out. I just don't have feelings for you the way you have feelings for me. And that's why our episode is titled the way that it is. Because we have to get over his rejection, alright? You know, he did his best, he tried it out. Look at all of these characters. Those are the minutes. I think you're gonna like this next section. Alright, let me have a drink of water. Alright. Probably wasn't a good idea to do all that talking before I try to voice act characters. My throat's gonna have a little bit of an issue, but I'll do my best. I think this was Papyrus's house right here. But we are gonna move on. We don't need to go back and look at him. That will just make it more difficult. Fare thee well, Snowden. Fare thee well. Ooh, it's cold out here. Oh, I thought that was water at first. Here, let me turn this up slightly. There's no music happening right now, but there is some water sound effect. I can't examine anything. Alright, so far I can't. Oh. I think I've seen at least this creature before. Alright, E is not the interaction, was it? Z? Yo! Are you sneaking out to see her too? Awesome! She's the coolest, right? I want to be just like her when I grow up. Hey, don't tell my parents I'm here. Okay, I'm ready when you are. Are we talking about Undyne? I keep hearing that name. This is an echo flower. It repeats the last thing I heard over and over. Neat, huh? Neat, huh? Neat, huh? Neat, huh? Well, now you're repeating the flower. Maybe it was the one that talked. The sound of rushing water fills you with determination. And P. Waterfall checkpoint, alright. Nid says, I think that my favorite thing about this game so many years later is that Toby made this as a test and it's so good. Yeah, he uses the same program that I use. Game Maker. That's what I'm currently doing my development with. Although, like, honestly, I think the company that bought out Game Maker took it in a very bad direction nowadays, so I'm thinking about switching to Unity. But I don't know. I'm still working with Game Maker right now. Alright. What? Haven't you seen a guy with 2 jobs before? Fortunately, 2 jobs means twice as many legally required breaks. I'm going to Grillby's. Wanna come? Of course I wanna come to Grillby's with you. Well, if you insist, I'll pry myself away from my work. Over here, I know a shortcut. Oh, this is Grillby's, okay. Oh yeah, I remember. Fast shortcut, huh? Hey, everyone. Hey, Sans. Hi, Sans. Greetings! Hey, Sans. I'll remember the voices I gave them. Hey, Sans, were you just here for breakfast a few minutes ago? Nah, I haven't had breakfast in at least half an hour. You must be thinking of brunch. And they all laughed. Here, get comfy. Oh, he whoopee cushioned me again. Whoops. Watch where you sit down. Sometimes weirdos put whoopee cushions on the seats. Anyway, let's order. What do you want? Honestly, like fries, I could kind of go for some. Listen, game. I'm currently in my 16 hours of not eating for intermittent fasting, alright? Don't talk about food. Hey, that sounds pretty good. Realby, I'll have a double order of fries. Should have ordered the Krabby Patty. Is he combing his skull? So, what do you think of my brother? I mean, I gotta say cool, right? Of course he's cool. He'd be cool too if he wore that outfit every day. He'd only take that thing off if he absolutely had to. Oh well, at least he washes it. And by that I mean he wears it in the shower. Oh, okay. I didn't realize skeletons took showers. I guess it's good. Here comes the grub! Want some ketchup? Of course! What kind of, like, lunatic doesn't have ketchup with fries? I mean, there's some alternatives, you know? If you're having a particularly bold day, you could go with some barbecue sauce. Maybe some buffalo sauce or, like, a hot sauce, maybe. And then if you're like feeling a little bit more exotic, and by exotic to me I mean like one state down from where I live, go with the Maine classic, having a little salt and vinegar French fries, dip it in some malt vinegar instead of ketchup. Gotta have a good salted fries though. Of course, yes, ketchup. Bon appetit! Wink. I tipped the ketchup. Man. I'm generous. I've heard about tipping the bartender, but the cap falls off and all the ketchup gets in all the ketchup in the bottle pours onto your food. Oh no. That's normally a salt trick. Ketchup and vanilla ice cream, oh my god. Really, Ziv? I've never heard of that one before. I mean, I wouldn't, like... It doesn't immediately sound good, but I'd try it. You know what? I've tried some things people recommended to me that didn't sound good. I've had, like, put a little bit of cinnamon, which, by the way, I don't like cinnamon, really, by itself. Sprinkle a little cinnamon on some cheese pizza. Doesn't that sound weird? Doesn't it sound a little off-putting? Somebody told me you have to try it. I did it one time. I don't even like cinnamon. That was actually pretty good. It was kind of a nice experience. There's a few ice cream stuff that people have told me to try that I haven't gotten around to. Ketchup will now be one of them. Some people have said soy sauce. They're like, put some soy sauce on vanilla ice cream. They're like the saltiness of it, then mixing with like the sugar and stuff. It's actually a really good taste. I don't know. Whoops. Forget about it. You can have mine. But he becomes New York just then. It's really good if you use no salt ketchup, and cinnamon and cheese sounds interesting. Yeah, it's not something you'd think of normally, but like a nice cheese pizza, a little sprinkle of cinnamon. Try it sometime. You know, not a lot of cinnamon, but it's kind of good. I'll try it again at some point. I'm not hungry anyway. Scratching his butt. You're kind of a weird guy, Sans. Anyone ever tell you that? Anyway, cool or not, you have to agree that Papyrus tries real hard. Like how he keeps trying to be part of the Royal Guard. One day, he went to the house of the head of the Royal Guard and begged her to let him be in it. Of course, she shut the door on him because it was midnight. Midnight? But the next day, she woke up and saw him still waiting there. Seeing his dedication, she decided to give him warrior training. It's, still a work in progress. I mean, his fight was kind of hard. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you something. Have you ever heard of a talking flower? Yes. Flowey. So you know all about it. The echo flower. Oh, the echo flower, okay. They're all over the marsh. Say something to them and they'll repeat it over and over. What about it? Well, Papyrus told me something interesting the other day. Sometimes, when no one else is around, a flower appears and whispers things to him. Flattery, advice, encouragement, predictions. Weird, huh? Someone must be using an echo flower to play a trick on him. Keep an eye out, okay? Thanks. Is it Flowey? Is Flowey actually an echo flower being used by somebody else? I don't think so. But maybe. Well, that was a long break. I can't believe I let you pull me away from work for that long. Oh, by the way, I'm flat broke. Can you foot the bill? It's just 10,000 G. You don't like the fact that the music stopped? I got chills, bro. Yeah, that's when you know it's serious. Yeah, sure, I'll foot that. Just kidding. Rilby, put it on my tab. By the way, I was gonna say something, but, I forgot. Alright. You're a weird, bony little guy, Sans. But I respect you. I didn't eat any of my fries, though, or any of your fries. What a waste of fries. Look at that. Just start dipping the fries from one tray in the ketchup on the other one, and then by the time you work through it, there's less ketchup on the first set of fries. Although I'm gonna be honest, I'm not a ketchup on fries kind of person directly like that. You know, I wouldn't have fallen for that thing from Sans because I don't put my ketchup over the top of my fries. I put my ketchup as a little like dippable thing on the side. I like to put, you know, I like to get the ketchup on the fry as I'm about to eat it. Not like all over the top, because not only does that have a tendency to make them a little bit more soggy, but also if the ketchup is cool, or like if it's cold or cool, or even room temperature ketchup will start to like cool down the fries underneath. It's better to just like dip a hot fry in the ketchup on the side rather than over the top. That's my philosophy. Thanks, Grillby. Grillby said that your food is probably cold by now. Yep, I think so. Fries are designed for dipping. You'll die on this hill. Alright, we'll die together, Ziv. At least take them for later? Yeah. I could go for some nice crispy fries. Darn it, game. Messing with my intermittent fasting. Can he? Let me check up here just in case anything's changed. Wait. Have I never been up here? I think I missed this part of town. You're generating the ice blocks that I saw? Interesting. I don't know how I missed this part of town. I thought I was about to go up and check on the fishing line that was up here, but I think I just never came up here. Yay, yay! Hello, how's it going? Good to see you. Big hulking wolf guy. I know the furries are excited. Look at that. I bet the furries love this game. Let's play Monsters and Humans! Okay. What are you? I can't tell, you're so small. Are you like a bug on a rock, or are you a pet rock with a hat? This is a rock with a mustache, huh? Oh, to be young again. The world sure feels boundless. Felt, not feel, excuse me. Knock, knock, knock. Ah, what a beautiful... what a beautiful knock. Maybe if I don't answer, I'll hear it again. Ah, my patience rewards me. Ah. Alright, I better not keep knocking on that. What about these? Nothing? Can I interact with this guy over here? No. 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 How you doing today, Yee Yee? Alright, cold, dark ocean. I guess there must have been another way to go north in this town. That was like where the water was, the person had a fishing rod. It's an appropriate bonk, Ziv. I'll take it. I mean, it was a cultural phenomenon. I appreciated it. Because again, for like a long time, I was a really big proponent of Game Maker. And I still kinda am, but Game Maker 2.0 sucks, and the company that's doing stuff with it is doing it really poorly. Shame on them for treating it so poorly. It deserves better. But Game Maker 1.4, which was the version that existed before they went to 2, was amazing. Still is. I still work with it, but they don't really like support it anymore. But that's the version this game was made on. There's only a few games made on Game Maker that got really big. Hyper Light Drifter, Undertale, Spelunky. I'm trying to think. There was definitely some that were even bigger, like more around Undertale. Hotline Miami was one of them. But I can't remember some of the others. Alright, let's save again. Let's hang out again sometime. Alright, we'll do. Okay, so we got more... Are those bits of ice? Like, are those ice cubes passing by on something that's chewing them up and spitting them out smaller upstream? I guess we'll find out, maybe. This is the box. I don't think I've got anything... Sincerely, a box hater. Sorry, I should have read that out loud because I didn't realize there was like box hater stuff happening. I thought it was the usual text, but I caught it. I don't have a lot right now. I got a butterscotch pie and cinnamon bun. Actually, I'm probably going to wish... I'm probably gonna wish that I bought some food when I was in that town. What's my menu? How do I enter my menu? Is it I? No. Z, C, C. My HP's 20 out of 20. Yeah, see, probably I should have slept at the inn and bought some food. But I'm a little too lazy to go back. Also, I got a cell phone, right? What happens if I call Toriel? Nobody picked up. It's kind of sad. There's no response. All right. Found yourself using Godot more often recently. Have you used GameMaker before, Ziv? Flipper says, I don't know if it was more popular with furries, but it was popular with everyone. Yeah, it was. It's one of those ones that got so popular that it unfortunately garnered a bit of hate from people who hadn't played it, because there were some members of the fandom for Undertale that were so passionate that they ended up creating a bad reputation for themselves. And it made a lot of people not willing to get into Undertale because they got a bad impression of the fandom and they're like, I don't want to be a part of that. Which is sort of sad. It's similar with Five Nights at Freddy's, I suppose. But it does happen. I swore I saw something behind that rushing water. I'm just gonna give kind of like a default voice to those flowers. Behind the rushing water, huh? Huh? There's a camera behind the waterfall. Why are there all these cameras? I keep finding all these different cameras. Okay, well. I'm not sure where I'm headed here. GameMaker is where you started several years ago. You like the visual scripting aspect. Godot just has more community support and flexibility, which I like. Ah, I see. That's funny because, oh, I'm going to cross here, I see. Can I get hit by these and fall? I mean, I kind of have to. Oh, I just fall to here. All right. That's not bad. Godot was a lot worse in terms of community support in the past, but I'm not surprised that it's overtaken GameMaker now, because GameMaker 2.0 is just so bad. It's really like they took a lot of usability away from it, and I'm a person who knows how to program. It was originally supposed to be something that people could use to like start learning how to make games, and I did with it. And I know how to program in it. I do absolutely everything in GameMaker fully in the scripting language now. I don't use the drag and drop anymore. And even I go into GameMaker 2 and I'm like, this is just bad. The user interface is bad. The tools are bad. It's super unoptimized. So even just like the normal UI lags. It just feels like a pain to work with. So people have stopped making things about GameMaker 2 because it's unpleasant. Oh, hey, Kraft says, okay, brother, I saw the shout out during the anniversary stream and I need to set the record straight on a few things. Oh, did I do something wrong? It sounds like I'm in trouble. But yeah, go ahead. Ziv says they really switched places. Yeah, it's changed for the worse in general. Oh, has it? I was hoping Godot just got really good. Hey, look at this effect. That's neat. Oh, that's Undyne.
Hi, Undyne. I'm here with my daily report. Regarding that human I told you about earlier. Huh? Did I fight them? Yes, of course I did. I fought them valiantly. What? Did I capture them? Well, no. I tried very hard, Undyne, but in the end, I failed. What? You're going to take the human soul yourself? But Undyne, you don't have to destroy them. You see? I understand. I'll help you in any way I can.
Oh no. Our lover has turned enemy. Dangerous armored Undyne with a soul capturing spear. Alright. I'm sure it's safe to just walk out of here now, huh? Hey, buddy.
Yo, did you see the way she was staring at you? That was awesome! I'm so jealous. What'd you do to get her attention? Come on, let's go watch her beat up some bad guys.
Face planted right on the save point. Gotta watch out. Ooh, new track? New track just dropped? A feeling of dread hangs over you, but you stay determined. Alright, nothing filled me with determination that time. I'm just holding on to the determination from the waterfall. When 4 bridge seeds align in the water, they will sprout. Alright, are these bridge seeds? Alright. Puzzle time? Oh, I can pick them up. Okay, that's different. I thought that was gonna be a push puzzle, and I was like, how does that work? This is a lot easier than I thought. Wouldn't it be fun? I could totally, like, I know Game Maker so well. I could totally start a stream someday where just with you guys, I start straight up putting together an Undertale-like game from scratch with you guys watching, just so that we kind of like make it together a little bit. Craffery says the word wood burning was for a soldier of mine, not a marine or a firefighter. Though props for somehow guessing the image was a marine storming the beach at Iwo Jima. The poem was by William E. Hensley, not for him. Oh, I see. And unfortunately, I don't really do metal work. It was awesome to get recognition during your anniversary. I really appreciate. Yeah, like, if you were there, those would have been questions more directed at you. I don't have too much of experience with that kind of arts and crafts, so it's hard to it's hard to know the specifics. I thought I remembered you saying something either on my Discord or maybe Jose's or his stream or something that you were doing something that was kind of like thought of by a bunch of firefighter friends, but maybe I got the details of that wrong. So that's sort of where that came from. But yeah, all the same, all the work there was awesome. And that was a very heartfelt piece, that particular one you're talking about. Ziv says, if you need some inspiration, I have an entire fully conceptualized prequel for the game, ready for production, art, character, and story writing, storyboarding, etc. Probably if I did one on stream from scratch with everyone, it would be like, you know, to have it fit the stream theme, it would probably be community oriented. Like I'd put visualizations of you guys or characters that represented you guys in and things like that. Just to make it be like relevant to the stream. By the way, this is a loud soundtrack. It's probably louder in my ears than for you guys. If it sounds like I'm yelling a little bit, it might be because my own hearing is a little bit obscured. Is it too loud for you guys, or is the volume good? Can you hear me well over the soundtrack? Oh, we got in a fight. Aaron flexes in. Look at this guy. It's fine? Okay, cool. So we're about to have an ad break. For anybody who's not subbed, you may or may not get it. Twitch's notifications for these have not been perfect. But it's nice that they tell me anyway. It's balanced? Okay, good. So now I have to figure this out. I've not been fighting anybody. And I think I'm gonna stick to that because I believe Undertale has multiple endings, and I feel like if I don't fight anybody, that's probably the better for getting one of them. Which means that all of these battles are a little bit more of a puzzle for me. I gotta figure out how to defeat them peacefully. Let's act on Aaron. We can flex also or Shu. Let me check him. So you usually get some information that way. This seahorse. Oh, it's a seahorse. Is that like a tentacle on the back then? Interesting. The seahorse has a lot of HP, horsepower. All of his attacks are harder to dodge at the bottom of the box. Check all you want, winky face. Oh, are you sure he's harder to dodge at the bottom? Smells like an underwater barnyard. Alright. I could try flexing. Somehow I have a feeling this isn't gonna send him away. But Shu just feels rude, so I usually go for the less rude one first. I flex. Aaron flexes twice as hard. Attack increases for you two. Well, that's not good. I don't want your attack to increase. I don't benefit from that because I'm not attacking. Aaron's ready for your next flex. I'm gonna flex again. I flex harder. Aaron flexes thrice as hard. Attack increases for you two. I hope this isn't just his dynamic. I won't lose though. Because if he hits me, it's gonna suck. I'm gonna keep flexing. I flex. He flexes very hard. He flexes himself out of the room. You won. All right, there we go. This is all good. I wasn't upset. Just wanted to add clarity on a rather special project. It definitely felt very special. You could probably tell from me at the time on the stream that I wish I had more like specific info about it. Cause you can tell just looking at that piece. And especially when I was trying to read it too, it was hard to actually read the poem at that size, but there's just some things, like you clearly crafted that with the heartfelt message and some severe emotion behind it, because you can tell that, you can feel that in a piece sometimes. I could tell that one was special just by looking at it. Obviously the one I had more information on was just me being a nerd over the Star Wars stuff. Can I actually, let me try calling Papyrus just in case. This puzzle. I've got it. Try to build a bridge with the bridge seeds. Oh, it's almost like help a little bit, okay. I was like, maybe I can get something with him now because he just talked to Undyne, but maybe if I called him in that room. So two tankers might have crashed into each other in the Suez Canal, because of course they would in this accursed year. Really? That's not good. Oil tankers? Alright, these things can be kind of turned on and off. I'm not sure what that does. What do you say? If an error is made, the Bell Blossom can call bridge seeds back to where they started. Okay. It's not what I meant to do, but is this enough to make them bloom, or does it have to be 4? Where could 4 of them... I mean, okay, let's test this out, because 4 can go next to each other here. I don't think this would do anything special for me, but I want to try it out. Okay, so it's 4. What happens if I turn these all off? Is this just an interaction thing for the fun of it? Or does it do something? It does not. Interesting. Alright, so what about if I do this? Oh no, that's not gonna work, never mind. I guess I'd want to start here. Here. Now, this is gonna be an interesting test, because I don't know if this thing will go all the way to the end, or if it will bloom once it's next to the thing. Alright, it went all the way to the end. Information gathering. It's important. Invictus was the anthem of a man that was battering the hell that life had dealt to him, and standing defiantly back at it. The warrant officer I made it for had to do much the same under a rather toxic leader in a very unforgiving environment, and he did it with smiling the entire time, so I tried to capture that defiance in his gift. I like that. And I don't like that he had to go through that, but I think you know what I mean. El says, not sure if it's just me, but the game BGM's pretty loud. Other than that, all good. I did ask everyone, they said it was balanced well. Maybe I'll turn it just a smidge down, like this. Maybe people were just enjoying raving out to the background music. This one I think comes out pretty loud because a lot of like the parts of it are high-pitched sounds, and high-pitched sounds carry very well. We rarely get to pick our battles in life, but we always get to pick how we fight them. I feel like, you know, obviously it's a different fight. I'm not comparing anything that we were talking about earlier to the military or anybody else's struggles, but I feel that sentiment in general applies very well to what we were talking about earlier too. You're sensitive to sounds, so you weren't sure if it was just me. You're not the only one, El, so it's good for me to hear it. Because if it's a lot for you, it's probably a lot for somebody else as well. Ring.
Hello, this is Papyrus. How did I get this number? It was easy. I just dialed every number sequentially until I got yours. So, what are you wearing? I'm asking for a friend. She thought she saw you wearing a gross bandage. Is that true? Are you wearing a gross bandage?
What will you say? No.
So you aren't wearing a gross bandage. Got it. You're my friend, so I trust you 100%.
Ridiculous
Oh,
just subscribed. Craftvery is gifted a tier 1 sub to 3 ridiculous.
Craft! Thank you so much, man, for 10 tier 1 subs.
Just subscribed.
Giga Chad.
Gifted a tier 1
Alright, I know that the TTS is gonna read it out, but it looks like you got some amazing snipes, so I wanna read them. You got 3D, which is great. Friend of the channel. We've collaborated with 3D before. He's here often. We don't always have the best time zone, but great stub. Mana, one of our artists. I think Mana's the only one that actually has like an art icon on the channel. Awesome person. Boomer Bob, long time, one of the longest stayers here. Mouse Comp, one of the people we've played Destiny with. You got Kestrelia, one of the new friends of the channel who we're probably going to collab with at some point. You got Skyed, one of the artists that I've interacted with before, also an artist for Jose. You got Techno, friend before I was even streaming. I talked to Techno in DMs as recently as today. You got Mechanical Cyborg, longtime friend of the channel, joined for the first time on the day that we raided Froggy Thighs while she was offline. That was fun. You get Elvana, another new friend, part of the PO and Kess, etc. community. A mod who I think will be streaming eventually herself too. And finally, you got Mach 12 Gamer, another person who's been in here for a long time. Those are some, for like a random 10 subs, Craftveries, those are some awesome snipes. You see some of those snipes, Pio? Yeah, Craft is a Giga Chad now. Paying for the disturbance? Oh, you don't have to do that, but I really heavily do appreciate it, Craft. I know you had some things to get to too. I don't know your time zone. I don't know whether you have to go to sleep or if you're doing chores or if you got some work. But thank you so much for that, and I really wish you luck with whatever it is you're gonna be doing. And Elvana, you're here. Hey, there. Good to see you. Let me know as soon as you actually do start streaming if you do, Elva, because you'll definitely get a shout out from me. Take care, Craftveries. Both Kess and Elva, yeah. They got a lot of good snipes there, because like pretty much everybody there were like big names on the channel in some way or another. All right, so Papyrus was saying he trusts me 100%.
have a nice day.
Click. All right. Thank you, Papyrus. Here, you know, I had such a good time talking to him. I'm gonna call him again.
The wishing room. Do you have a wish? I have one. I wish I was talking to my cool friend. Look, it's coming true.
He's such a sweetheart. Too bad he understands that Undyne wants to steal my soul. So can I just have a unique conversation in every room? Like, am I gonna find myself calling Papyrus in every room now to hear what he has to say about it? A long time ago, monsters would whisper their wishes to the stars in the sky. If you hoped with all your heart, your wish would come true. Now, all we have are these sparkling stones on the ceiling. Oh, of course it's not going to have any more dialogue. I don't know why I thought the Echo Flower would have more to say to me. Wishing room. Washua shuffles up. Washua's got a rubber ducky in it. Alright. It's got some interesting enemy designs in this game. Touch, clean, joke. These are the same, like, check, touch, clean, and joke are pretty much the same 4 options that I see in my head whenever I meet somebody new. I usually go with joke. Hey Mark, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Let's check. That's always the smart thing to do at first. Attack 18. God dang. This humble germaphobe seeks to cleanse the whole world.
Out! Darn spot!
Ah! Oh, ow. Okay, good. So strength 18 doesn't mean it will take 18 of my health. That still hurt, though. That's a quarter of my health. Washua is rinsing off a pizza. Alright, Washua, I'm gonna clean. You ask Washua to clean you, it hops around excitedly.
Green means clean!
Do I get... Oh, I got more hurt than clean, though. It's rinsing off a pizza. Alright. I gotta leave you, Washua. That you pained me quite a bit. I could easily die now. Pretty sure all the other options are highly inappropriate for a social situation. You never know when a stranger wants you to clean them. Thousands of people wishing together can't be wrong. The king will prove that. I guess I should probably eat something, huh? At half health. That heals 22. Like, I'm never gonna get better HP if I don't fight in this game, huh? Still level 1. Did you finish your run of the game yet, Mark? Butterscotch pie is full health, right? One slice. So these are essentially going to be the same for me. I got to do a cinnamon bun just because it's too easy for me to die here. Hey, Matreus, how's it going? Come on, sis. Make a wish. I gotta say, like, I'm not very fond. I love this game so far. And I don't mean anything bad by this per se, because I think it's designed well. Just for me in particular, I don't have a lot of fun actually playing the battle system, or at least the part where I have to dodge, because it does not come well to me. Like, that's not my preferred mechanic. The dodging thing, not a big fan of that. I love like the puzzle element of trying to figure out how to do it nicely, but it's pretty stressful to me. Like fighting against Papyrus, that was so stressful. Mark says, "And no, I haven't quite finished yet, but I can tell I'm very near the end." Ah, gotcha. Matreus is battered and bruised by life. It's telling me right now not to relax. Life is, or your brain, because it's kind of on edge. Because I kind of feel that too. IRL is throwing a lot at me right now. Hopefully I don't trigger anybody by saying that. I know IRL means in real life, and if I say in real life is throwing a lot at me right now, it doesn't make any sense, but it's an adapted language, okay? When everything in life is telling me to be serious, it's life. Gotcha. Mark says, "I'm kind of amazed you haven't eaten that delicious pie yet." Yep, I have not. I wish my sister and I will see the real stars someday. And these poor monsters, stuck in caves. Look at the telescope to look at the ceiling. Look through the telescope? Of course I will. There's the moon. There's some monster eyes. Oh, I was trying to see if I could interact with those things, but the interaction button. Check wall. Wait. It says check wall. I'm a little confused by the fact that it says that, because I can't do any interaction here. I guess that's just written on the lens, so I have to try to interact with one of the walls around here. It's pointing upward. Alright. I'm gonna guess it's pretty straightforward, and I gotta check a wall up here. Yeah, there we go. Now, is this the proceeding point, though? Like, what's down here? Oh, that's another wishing flower, okay. Ah, seems my horoscope is the same as last week's. Somebody just came by and said that next to one of the echo flowers. Sorry, it's not a wishing flower. Mold Small! I remember you. Oh. Okay. Spare. I was like, how do I fight a Mold Small? They're both ready to be spared right away. Okay, I'll take that. Ancient writing covers the walls. You can just make out the words. The war of humans and monsters. Why did the humans attack? Indeed, it seemed that they had nothing to fear. Humans are unbelievably strong. It would take the soul of nearly every monster just to equal the power of a single human soul. Is that actually true, or is that like a mythology that they've come to believe now? But humans have one weakness. Ironically, it is the strength of their soul. It must take incredible strength. Its power allows it to persist outside the human body, even after death. If a monster defeats a human, they can take its soul. A monster with a human soul, a horrible beast with unfathomable power. It's an illustration of a strange creature. There's something very unsettling about this drawing. Oh boy. I mean, it had to turn into Xemnas just because of the nature of what was being talked about there. Do you want the answer? If I'm gonna be completely honest, Ziv, I don't even remember the question. I think it was one of those where I was asking the question to myself. I don't feel there's anything there that I really need the answer to after reading that. I'm sure the game will fill me in. That's Bleach logic? Is it? I wonder if I should watch Bleach. Hey Hayden, how's it going? How you doing today? Thank you for the bonk. I don't know what I did to deserve the bonk, but thank you. Oh, music stopped. Oh no, things have gotten creepy again. I've got the cool shadow light on me. I was saying to some of the people on stream today that I should, for the heck of it, like open up Game Maker on stream sometime and just make like an Undertale-esque game while people are watching, and just like put members of the community in it. Like, I don't know if we'd actually finish the game and make anything out of it, but it might be a cool exercise. So it says, gotcha, just want to be sure. Yeah, I appreciate it. Aiden says you're stressed out, but it's fine. Well, hopefully I can provide a space that will distract your brain a little bit. I was talking about being stressed out earlier too, but you know, the more activities I do, the more my brain can kind of like at least distract itself from being stressed slightly. You only suggest finishing up to the soul arc, honestly. That's a problem I have, Matreus. Because whenever somebody is like, oh, you should watch this thing, but only watch up to this point, I can never quite follow that. Because I'm such a finisher of things. Like, if I get into a series, I'm going to want to finish the series. That's why I can't start things like One Piece, for example. Because, oh boy, what a dedication that is at this point. Oh, no. Ouch. I was not ready to dodge there. Ow. It's a good thing I took that health earlier. Oh, I walked into that one. I don't know if I'm gonna survive this section. Oh, well. I was not quite ready for that. Stay determined. Alright, well. I ate that thing back here because I didn't want to start way far back, but I guess they gave me a little checkpoint. Don't start Fairy Tale then, that ending ruined everything. Yeah, I've definitely had that with some things. Like, How I Met Your Mother, for example. It's one of the few, endings that was so bad that it retroactively ruined the experience of the rest of the show for me. Ow. Keep moving. Watch out for the flying spears, they hurt you. Yeah, I died to them already, unfortunately. One time, because the first time I very much wasn't ready. Hi, Froggy. She got the fanboy. He's like, I'm never gonna wash that eye. Goober, you here? Can I find you in here somewhere? Okay, fine. How you doing, Froggy?
Yo, did you see that? Undying just touched me. I'm never washing my face ever again.
Called it.
Man, are you unlucky. If you were standing just a little bit more to the left. Yo, don't worry. I'm sure we'll see her again.
Spears hurt bad, noted. Alright. Is this another one of those situations where the mouse just doesn't know? Knowing the mouse might one day extract the cheese from the mystical crystal fills you with determination. Am I ever gonna meet this supposed mouse? This cheese has been here so long, a magical crystal has grown around it. Yeah, that happened in my fridge too. It stuck to the table. Click the hole. Yeah, I always hear the squeak. By the way, I'm being driven crazy today. I don't know why, but like a million tiny little flies have spawned in my room. And I don't have like food products in here. There's no reason. My room is not stinky. There's there's no like trash in here. There's nothing like that. But like somewhere along the lines, some like little fruit fly must have come in when I was eating somewhere, something somewhere, like I don't know. It must have gotten just the littlest bit of inspiration to like, I don't know, lay an egg somewhere, something. I'm not sure. Something hatched. Maybe it's from outside because I have an air conditioning and bugs get in all the time, and you know, fruit flies can get in through very little. So maybe they came from outside. It's not hard for bugs to get in my room. But anyway, just like today, there's a million fruit flies. and they're like hovering in front of my vision a lot. And like when I tried to eat something earlier, I brought in like some food earlier, they would not leave me alone. Because the thing is, there's like nothing for them to be interested in my room. So if something comes in that they're interested in, suddenly they all want it. Because there's nothing else. Atreus says, clean that crap out. Legit, you don't want a fly infestation. It's the worst. You don't want it. I'm not really sure what to do. I mean, I guess I can get some of those, like, eco-friendly traps. I think there's something you can do with, like, vinegar, like some homemade DIY thing, kind of like put some vinegar in a bottle and, like, put a funnel over the top of the bottle or something like that. And they, like, get attracted to fly in, but they have a hard time flying out, and you can take them outside or something like that. I don't know. I mean, like, I can't imagine they'd sustain life in here very well, because there's nothing for them to exist off of, unless they start eating me. But yeah, vinegar and soap work mid, so not that well. Yee. You'd be surprised. Yeah, well, I know their entire lifespan is like 2 weeks max, and they can lay hundreds of eggs. So I suppose, you know, even if they're starving to death, they can still continue to exist just off of generations. So I probably ought to, like, get some traps or something like that. Use sticky traps or lead traps. Well, you gotta bait them with something, right? I don't know. I think there's some, like, popular eco-friendly options out there now, but I don't know why they appeared. I'm hoping it just came from outside, but all the same, yeah, I probably ought to cut it off quick just in case they sustain just off the sheer ability to lay eggs before they starve, and then those ones lay eggs before they starve, etc. Although they typically look for something that they're interested in to lay eggs also. I don't know. Congratulations, you've met the mouse, by the way, Mark said, but I've met it this way before. But I mean meet, like, is there gonna be a mouse character, you know? We haven't exactly have a conversation here. And knowing this game, feels like the mouse should have a conversation with you. If it makes you feel better, my bedroom has a black mold infestation in the bedroom. Hooray for neurotoxins. I mean, I understand the way that kind of sentiment is used. I always find it so strange people say stuff like, if it makes you feel better, and then they describe an awful situation for themselves. I'm like, no, maybe it's because I'm empathetic, but I'm like, why would it make me feel better that you're suffering? That just makes me feel worse. Now we're both suffering with things. Atreus says, my cousin left food in a shoe, took forever to find with thousands of flies buzzing around. Oh, God. He says, I had a fly problem and it sucked, found cracks where they got in from. Yeah, there are cracks in, like, along my roof area here, because I'm on the 3rd floor of a house that was built in the 1800s. Although the 3rd floor was an addition that was more recent. Cracks have formed. Oh yeah, I didn't really think that through. Blame the neurotoxins. Yeah. I mean, I've lived with black mold before too. Luckily, I don't think I am currently. Managed to maintain this place fairly well, but I know in your case that was a problem before you even moved in. Floofer says the Earth hasn't had every human on it since 2000 when the space station started to be continuously inhabited. I'm confused by that statement, Floofers. That seems very out of nowhere. And also not accurate. Are we talking about WALL-E? What are we talking about? Why is food in a shoe? I do second that thought. Do you not have emergency shoe food, says Yee? I probably should. Ziz says, for some it brings comfort knowing you aren't the only one that's experiencing an issue. It's an extension of empathy too. I suppose so. Although usually I feel like it's used as a vessel to be like, I have it worse. Which again, I don't think that's what my brother was necessarily trying to say here. I'm sure we've all experienced somebody, and again, I'm not talking about my brother. I have other people in my brain when I'm thinking about this, but it's just sort of tangentially connected. We've probably all experienced somebody, right, that every time you come in and you really want to just get something off your chest, like, man, this thing happened to me today and it's like got me so drained, and like, wasn't this crazy? And then like immediately as soon as the person that you're talking to responds, they'll just say something like, I know, like, this thing happened to me, and then this and this, and you wouldn't believe, like, this thing. And they go on, like, this huge, long tirade about going on about the bad things that have happened to them that were completely unrelated to anything you said. Like, it might have come from a point of trying to relate, but then they just go on a big tirade about, like, their issues. And you're like, man, you just made me listen to like 20 minutes of your problems when I came in trying to vent a problem and we didn't even talk about mine. That's happened to me so many times. Maitreya says she hid food because we didn't want her eating every 10 minutes, so she would hide food so she could eat later, and which she never did anyway. I blame her mom. One of those situations. He says I keep a hot pocket in my Nikes, not sponsored at all times. I think Yee is sponsored, because the typical go-to advertisement for Nikes is that they're good to keep hot pockets in. I see through you, Yee. Mark says, oh yeah, I definitely wasn't trying... Hold on, I gotta scroll up. Mark says, oh yeah, I definitely wasn't trying to minimize your problem by talking about mine. That can be obnoxious. Yeah, I didn't sense that from you. Fluffer says, since there's been at least one person on the International Space Station at all times since 2000, at least one person hasn't been on Earth. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I still don't know where it came from to begin with, but at least it makes sense now. Also, sometimes it's not great. Sometimes it's the not great way, but it's also a neurodivergent thing where we're only able to relate by sharing what they're able to connect. Very true. Very true. And I'm not completely innocent of it myself, but sometimes it becomes heavily unbalanced because, especially if you're a listener like I am, if somebody's trying to tell me about their issues, I listen. And once in a while it's nice to feel that back, but if I mention one of my issues and then somebody goes off on, you know, a 10, 20, 30 minute rant about their issues, I'll sit there like listening to every little bit and talking to them about it. And then they're like, thanks for the talk, gotta run. And like, I never got to talk about mine, and I was the one that brought it up. So that can be rough sometimes. But I don't mind it, because ultimately at the end of that, at least I made the other person feel better by listening to them too. And like, again, not trying to sound any holier than thou, it's just the way my brain works. If I'm upset by something, and if I was having a rough time, if I then help somebody else improve their day, even if I didn't get to talk about my thing that much, at least the fact that I helped somebody else improve their day, like, improves my mental state enough that it still makes a difference. So I usually let it go by. But if I really needed to vent about a subject, then sometimes it can be frustrating. Flipper says, I hate bugs, I'm trying to change the subject. Oh, I didn't even realize we were on bugs anymore. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of bugs either. Elle said it differs with intention. It's very obvious if it's blatant trauma dumping. True. And sometimes it's one-upism, too. Like, I've had, throughout my entire life, I think most of my friends have been neurodivergent. And honestly, I probably am myself, too. I just don't like to call myself anything when it's not diagnosed. There's a big difference in that feeling when you can tell somebody is following that kind of brainwave versus somebody who has a really hard time acknowledging difficulties in other people's lives and always feels the need to kind of like out difficult them to make it about them and make themselves like a victim of something that didn't actually involve them originally. Because a lot of people have that problem too, and that, you know, they have to one up you and make you be the one that feels bad for them, as opposed to where you were kind of having a head originally, and that can drive me nuts. Nike, your hot pocket. No, not you two, Mark. Now they're both sponsored. It's spreading. Trace says, which is why I don't like talking to people. My mom is to blame for that. Could never talk to her. She always made it about herself. Yeah, I feel you, Matreus. I've known a few people. Mark says, yeah, I've definitely known a couple of people who would tend to go on at length about their own problems whenever I express concerns about my problems. All of them neurodivergent as it happens. Yeah, you know, as most things are, it's really heavily about intent. Like, if somebody's doing that from a place of understanding and sharing like real life circumstances and relating to you, you can usually feel that. And honestly, it's usually very sweet. If it's somebody trying to one-up you because they feel like the conversation wasn't about them enough and they need to go off about their issues, you can feel that too, and it doesn't feel so sweet. He says, like when we like food, we don't share but automatically offer to others when something tastes off. Oh yeah, I mean, we've probably all had some issue or some moment where somebody like smelled something and they're like, oh, this smells foul, here, smell it. And they like hand it over to you. And like, surprisingly often our tendency is to smell it, right? But it's like, why would you do that to me? And why would I want to? You just said how awful it smelled. But shared human experiences, you know? That's what it's all about. This is a solidarity thing, I suppose. Al says I do that too, like I was discussing about games, and then my brain connected it with streams who wail for my content, which was way off topic, but that's how my neurodivergent brain connects things. I only catch it very last minute, so it's kind of an inconvenience sometimes. Not everyone can deal with weird discussion connections. Yeah, not everybody realizes, for sure. It can be a challenge at times. Because if you don't have the experience, you can't really be blamed for not recognizing the pattern either. Orson, hello. Speaking of bolts and nuts, I don't remember speaking of those, but speaking of bolts and nuts, hi, I am Orson Jr., nice to meet you. How you doing today, Orson? What a way to arrive, huh? Oops, I clicked out of the game. El says the one-upping thing is so horrendous I have to cut off some in the past. Yeah, me too. Some people love the smell of gasoline. Alright. We get on... I love the tangents we get off on. I really do. You guys are pretty cool. I'm sorry we're not getting the most Undertale in tonight. I only have about 40 minutes left to stream. But we're having fun here. I might bring Undertale back on Thursday, we'll see. It's supposed to be Elden Ring, but we've done so little Undertale tonight that I may. Hey Sans, how do you always get to places before me? I literally left you behind at your job and here you are. You know all the shortcuts, huh? Sans is like the true speedrunner of Undertale. He's like, oh, I know the wall skips. Like, you press yourself into this wall at this angle and it jolts you forward to like some screen like 15 off. That's Steven. Yeah, Sans' long lost twin, is it? Orson says I feel awesome. I already had my gasoline, so I'm good. Oh, good to hear. Good to hear. El says I have a very weird relationship with my senses. Like, I'm very prone to cringing at strong smells, but it also makes me curious about that smell, like gasoline. But also it gives me a headache. You're like, hey, man, does this cloth strongly smell of ether, or is it just me? Here, smell. It's an odd-looking telescope. No, that's Sans. I'm thinking about getting into the telescope business. It's normally 50,000 G to use this premium telescope. But since I know you, you could use it for free. How's about it? Use the telescope? Yeah, sure. I need a second opinion. Does this smell like chloroform? Does this, yeah, Matreus said it too. Nid and Matreus, you both got where I was coming from. I didn't really want to, like, directly make the chloroform joke myself, but that's what I was going for. Sans is Big the Cat. Sans is Patrick from SpongeBob. That's more what I'm going for. Very similar, I suppose. I played with the voices on my first Undertale stream, and Sans originally was a little bit more, just like his first couple lines from me was more higher pitch prankster, but then like Papyrus came into the mix, and I'm like, well, Papyrus seems like a Skeletor voice, and people were like, oh, Sans has more of a Patrick voice, and I was like, okay, I'll go for that. Ricky is more like Big the Cat looking for Froggy. I mean, I have said that to her before. I've been like, Froggy. Elsa's just like how I'm fascinated by shiny things, but I'm sensitive to light. Yeah, it's just the world sometimes. The duality. Yes, I'll look through the telescope. Why wouldn't I? Given that option. You know, is there a red cap on this telescope, perhaps? Sans? Have you put a whoopee cushion in front of it? Doesn't seem to be a lot going on here. It's just double and triple checking just in case there's something along the edge somewhere to be spotted, but... Huh? You aren't satisfied? Don't worry. I'll give you a full refund. It was free. Alright. Use the box. No box hater stuff here this time. I really should have, like, slept at the inn and bought some food before I left that town. Oh well. Oh well. My eye is bruised. Well, I guess it's probably not bruised. He probably put, like, ink on it or something. Hello?
What's a star? Can you touch it? Can you eat it? Can you kill it? Are you a star? Can I kill you?
Let me check up here first. Hello? Food! I mean, also a person, you know. The ancient glyphs have been painted over with a list of 21 different flavors. Raskin Bobbins, is that you? Yeah, I relocated my store, but there's still no customers. Fortunately, I've thought of a solution. Punch cards! Every time you buy an ice cream, you can take a punch card from the box. If you have 3 cards, you can trade them for a free ice cream, excuse me. They're sure to get the customers to come back. Ice cream, it's the frozen treat that warms your heart. Now just 25G. Yeah, give it to me, baby. Super, here you go. Your card's in the box. You got the ice cream. I'll take another. Thank you. Need a couple. Mark says, so we both did the Skeletor voice for Papyrus. Good to know. Your Sans sounds a lot dumber than mine. I love the voice you gave to that weird onion guy. Why do I keep making that typo? I assumed it was autocorrect going off. Box contains 2 cards. I mean, apparently, I don't know how, but multiple people have told me that the Patrick voice is like canonical for Sans, and his dialogue sound is pretty deep. So I'm just kind of rolling with it. I got a punch card. Do I get 2? Yes. I got another punch card. What are they used for? Huh? Now just 25. Well then, tell your friends. There's ice cream hidden in the depths of a watery cavern. Yeah, I don't know why you set up here. I mean, you're a little bit better than the guys in Elden Ring who I'll like... I'll go into the depths of some long abandoned mountain and like open up some path that was blocked by a stone sword key and find some obscure little hole in the wall somewhere, and they'll be like, please buy something. For some reason I haven't seen a customer in a long time. And I'm like, have you tried being anywhere else? Maybe? Your Sans voice is deep, just less exaggerated. Elle says, woohoo, I love female biology. Can't you see how happy I am? Have fun, peepos. Have fun going off and studying female biology in class, Elle. That's definitely what you're talking about doing. Enjoy biology class. Also feel better. Alright, my HP's full. I guess like 2 nice cream's okay. I don't want to overdo it. Hey, Papyrus, did you know there's ice cream in the watery cave?
Ice cream? Thanks, but I live in Snowdon. There's ice cream all over the ground.
That's called snow.
Sans! I didn't ask your opinion.
Excuse me. Sans. How'd you get in on that phone call? I know you got your shortcuts, man, but like...
Oh, my brother? Of course he has a telescope. Sans loves outer spacey sci-fi stuff. He never told you? Yeah, Sans never tells anybody anything.
Alright. You know... Have you guys ever just looked at the, forward-facing face of the Undertale character for long enough, and you start to picture a certain emote from a certain alien VTuber's streaming channel? Does it maybe look a little bit judgmental? Does it maybe look a little bit, imagine being a science learner? Of course. Trace a strange fact about that female hormonal time. Those under that effect can easily find snakes that hide. I don't know what you mean by that, Matreus. Not sure how to take that. Use the box? No. I'm only here for the box hater. Mark says I'm out of the loop on this one, and the emote is too small on my screen to see. They're using the other version of the emote than what I was talking about anyway. Can somebody be so kind as to use the original PO Judge emote? There we go. That one. It's just it's just a little judgmental emote from Peonia Stera, streamer I've collaborated with a few times. Very cool alien VTuber lady. Was here earlier. We raided her while she was offline last stream. The other one people used was a clay version of it that PO made on stream. You can just about see that one. Yeah, they gotta be a little small. I don't know if you're watching on TV or on your phone, but... Well, this is actually a path down, huh? Right, let me continue to check other places. Oh. Hi. Ducky on the black sands of the other side. We can never interact, but we have a mutual understanding. Me and Ducky. Mosen Wrath of the Black Sand is now a duck. By the way, Pio, you still here? Maybe not. Mark says, yeah, I'm familiar with My Little Peony. My little peony, My Little Peony. Somebody submitted multiple Pio clips. I was watching Potastic P earlier. Genie? Somebody submitted multiple Pio clips over there. Just watching Genie and all of a sudden Pio shows up singing King. I don't think it, like, maybe one of them was Jay Blair, potentially. But after the second clip, I said to chat, I actually spoke up. I don't usually speak in there, but I was like, alright, which one of you little sneaky people is submitting Pio clips? And Lord and Caligon Art was like, whomst do you think it is? And perhaps Ancal, like, Ancal doesn't come over too often over to our side. He comes by here and there. So perhaps Ancal doesn't actually know that I was the one that met Pio first and introduced Pio to the community. So it could actually be a lot of you guys, like MZ was over there and Jay Blair was over there. A lot of other people were over there, so I was like, technically it could have been a lot of them. But Ancal was kind of like, it was obviously me. Oh, that guy. Azrael says, glad you're playing Undertale? How come, Azrael? Because that means you didn't miss any Elden Ring? You hear a passing conversation. So, don't you have any wishes to make? I don't know how to take the parenthetical, you hear a passing conversation, from the echo flower. That's a little random. I have a sip of my water here. You beat this game 3 times for the sake of completion. You were here when I was doing my first stream on it, right? This is the second Undertale stream we've done. Just one, but it's kind of stupid. Alright, so I guess the people were walking through here as they were interacting. Now, can I go more to this side, or is this a wall? Hey, Mold Smalls. Bye, Mold Smalls. There's too many directions. I don't want to proceed forward. Wait, is this backwards? No. It's not. I always gotta shut off all the mushrooms, okay? I don't know why. Hello? It's a pair of ballet shoes. Will you take it? Sure. I got ballet shoes. Ballet shoes. Oh, they're a weapon. Okay. Well, I will not be using them then. Punch card. Battle item. Used to make punching attacks stronger in one battle. Use outside of battle to look at the card. Please. Please come back. Okay, they're the same. Alright. This is a wall, right? Okay, it is. Sometimes the simplistic graphics make it a little bit hard to tell what's a wall. I don't mind that, though. Just means I have to take a few more steps. Oh, you weren't here for the first one, Azrael, dude. Well, the VOD's there anyway if you ever want to see it. I've been doing a lot of voice acting. A lot more in the first stream. Oh, my tracking is off. Let me fix this. Demote me, daddy. Alright, should be good. And I cracked my jaw when... or I popped my jaw when I was getting the tracking to work again. Did a lot more voice acting in the first one because there were so many characters. This game's music will heal any negative mood temporarily, but it helps. Does the Demote Me Daddy help with that also, Azrael, dude?
Ring! Hello, this is Papyrus. Remember when I asked you about clothes? Well, the friend who wanted to know, her opinion of you is very murdery. Well, worry not, dear human. Papyrus would never betray you. You said you are not wearing a gross bandage, so of course I actually told her you were indeed wearing a gross bandage. It pained me to tell such a bold-faced lie. But since you aren't wearing a gross bandage, she surely won't attack you. Now you are safe and sound. Wowie, this is hard. I just want to be everybody's friend.
Alright, well. I'm not wearing a gross bandage, but maybe I will be at some point. We'll see. Papyrus, I want to talk more. Aw. My favorite enemies, the mold smalls. Don't say that. Come on. I promise I won't laugh. The Demote Me Daddy just set the horny mood? I mean... I guess that can help sometimes? Question mark? Mark says I also wasn't here for the first stream because I hadn't started the game yet. But now that I'm sure I'm pretty close to the end, I can watch. Yeah, you can kind of see my first impressions. You can do some skipping around too, because I was trying to be very thorough at the beginning. Like, I went all the way back to the beginning looking for secrets when Toriel was like, don't leave this room! Because I wanted to see just in case I could find anything. I didn't find anything. Hey, Mold Small, my old friend. The power to take their souls. This is the power that the humans feared. Talk about simplistic. Hello? Ultros? Ultros? Oh no, it's Uwu Ultros.
Hey there, notice you were here. I'm Onion Son, you here?
Alright, bye.
You visiting Waterfall, huh? It's great here, huh? You love it, huh? Yeah, me too. It's my big favorite.
Yeah, okay. That's
Even though the water's getting so shallow here, I have to sit down all the time. But, hey, that's okay. It beats moving to the city and living in a crowded aquarium like all my friends did.
Mm-hmm. Alright.
And the aquarium's full anyway, so even if I did want to, Oh, that's okay though, you hear? Undyne's gonna fix everything, you hear? I'm gonna get out of here and live in the ocean, you hear?
We get some PO judges in chat.
Hey, there! That's the end of this room. I'll see you around. Have a good time in Waterfall!
Why are you judging him? You're part of the problem. How am I part of the problem? I'm just taking a walk. I'm just passing through here. Undyne's trying to fix the waterfall. Listen, if I'm just like walking down the street and somebody walks up beside me and they're just gonna like non-stop talk to me when I'm not saying anything back to them, and they're just going on and on and on, I'm gonna kind of judge that a little bit. Shiren hides in the corner but somehow encounters you anyway. Check. 19 attack, defense 0, tone deaf. She's too ashamed to sing her deadly song. Toot. Sharon pretends to be a pop idol. Hum. You hum a funky tune. Shiren follows your melody.
Siri, Siri, see me, see me.
Shiren seems much more comfortable singing along. Alright. See ya. Have you seen Aaron yet? Yeah, I friggin' saw Aaron. Alright. He flexed his way right out of the room. I should judge myself? What did I do? I'm just existing here, man. The northern room hides a great treasure. Well, obviously I gotta go in here then. X quit. Squit. A haunting song echoes down the corridor. Won't you play along? Only the first 8 are fine. Screw Aaron, I hate Aaron. That guy would not leave me alone. Yeah, he was a little rough. You lost about 15 pounds in a month? Well, if you're in England, I'm sorry to hear that, Floofers. But if it's a weight loss journey, congratulations. I'm on one myself. I don't know if I'll lose that much. But I'm trying also. Mark's being aggressive. This is new. He's got it in him. There's a piano. Play it. Sure. Haunting song echoes down the corridor. Like, there's no music playing over here. I assume I'd be trying to, like, replicate music from somewhere. Play the Final Fantasy VII theme. I'm not gonna be good at playing anything, honestly. This power has no counter. Indeed, a human cannot take a monster's soul.
When a monster dies, its soul disappears, and an incredible power would be needed to take the soul of a living monster. There is only one exception, the soul of a special species of monster called a boss monster. A boss monster's soul is strong enough to persist after death, if only for a few moments. A human could absorb this soul, but this has never happened, and now it never will.
I don't know. Sounds likely. You know, because that game also had a piano you could play. It did. To get Tifa's ultimate weapon, or her underwear. One or the other. It was one of those things. Azrael Dude says, uh-oh, just because you mentioned Final Fantasy VII. But I happen to know that you're talking about the original and not the remake, which Azrael Dude always has to try and bring up even when it's clear that's not being referenced, because the piano doesn't exist in the remake. Moonlight Sonata, play Moonlight Sonata because Resident Evil. You assume I can play anything. I don't have musical talent. There's too much Final Fantasy VII. What do you mean by that, Matreus? What do you mean by that before I ban you from the channel? Do you mean the original game is too long? Or do you mean that they haven't let it die and they're like, oh, we need to make Dirge of Cerberus, and we need to make Advent Children, and we need to put Final Fantasy VII characters in everything, and then we need to remake Final Fantasy VII, but then change everything so that it's annoyingly the latter? Okay, you're good. You're good then. You're good. Floofer says, I just got Final Fantasy VII recently, the original. You're good too, Floofers. Azrael Dude's the only villain here. I'm waiting for a melody, but I can't. I'm like worried I've missed something else. It's a structure, it's a statue. The structures at its feet seem dry. I gained the praise the sun gesture. I will now join the Sunlight Covenant. You got stuck first playthrough of 7? I mean, to be fair, I did too. But I was really little. Final Fantasy VII was my first JRPG or RPG in general that I tried to play through. It was so early in my video game experience, and none of the Sega Genesis games I played prior had anything like this in it, that I did not understand the concept of leveling up in a video game yet. So I bumbled my way through Final Fantasy VII, not really paying attention to the level up system, until I got to the Materia Keeper on Mount Nebel. And that thing constantly kicked my butt so bad that it didn't seem plausible for me to win. And I'm like, how do they expect you to do this? It's just harder than you can do. Your characters aren't strong enough to do it, because I didn't know about leveling. I had to like ask an employee at GameStop. And it wasn't GameStop, it was Funko Land, actually. A pre-GameStop kind of place. And he was like, you gotta level up, dude. And I'm like, what? What's that? And that's when I learned. Matreus says it's something I complain about, especially when people say Final Fantasy 13 and sequels are too much, and I have to look at the spin-offs of 7. Yeah, I mean, it probably comes about because 13 was god-awful and 7 was awesome and amazing. Now, as I understand, the sequels to 13 are significantly better than 13, and the sequels to 7 are significantly worse than 7. But that's another story, you know, people just go off of whatever the original one was. They're like, 13 was terrible, why would you make several follow-up games? Because they don't, like me, they don't move on to actually play the other ones because they hated the first. You just finished the circus, okay. Where Cloud does drag. Oh, okay, alright. That was not what I was thinking of when I read your first sentence, Floofers. So you're a lot earlier. You're within like I don't know, 10% of the game? 15% maybe? Nid says, I love Final Fantasy VII. I just wish they had managed its extended story better so it isn't like 20 different games. I'm cool with 4 or 5 and a few books, but not as many as the Final Fantasy VII collection currently has. Still excited for the remake series. Yeah, I mean, I can and have endlessly complained about, well, I suppose not endlessly, or I'd still be doing it, the Final Fantasy VII remake collection. Although in reality, it's a pretty decent game for people who don't have the extra context. But that game, if it was going to try and cover everything that Final Fantasy VII had in it, would have to be like 20 games itself. But they said they're only planning on doing like 5, and clearly the story is going in a different direction, so, you know. We'll see. I'm not sure if I'm going to ever learn what they did with it, because I'm not sure I'm going to watch any more of it. But I think they're planning on taking it in a very different way, which would explain the pacing, I suppose. Mark says to Atreus, thankfully the original game stands on its own perfectly well, and the Enix stuff can be ignored. Yeah, Square Enix, for the most part, like, most of their stuff has missed for me. There's definitely stuff I've enjoyed. Most of it has missed. Clifford says nowhere to go but up if the original series is complete crap, in reference to 13. Yeah, but a lot of people won't try the rest of it if the first one is bad, especially if it's marked 2. Like Final Fantasy 13 2 is, the fact that it has 2 in it is probably the biggest reason that people didn't play it. Because they didn't like the first one. If that game had just been like the same concept but named something different, or whatever, I think people would have given it more of a chance and probably enjoyed it. 5-part remake over 20 years, maybe. Matreus says it's still too much for me to invest in. I don't watch One Piece or Bleach. Yeah. I mean, all you need is Final Fantasy VII, the original game. That's all you need to play. And then you're good. It appears that 7 Remake is actually continuation, and then the Ever Crisis is a remake, but it gives us more Sephiroth backstory. Well, I don't want to get into the remake too much. Not exactly continuation, because it covers like the same stuff, but it's like alternate universe, I guess. I don't want to give too much spoilers either to people who are working their way up to it, because as much as I don't really respect the remake, some people could enjoy the kind of unique approach it's taking. And if you're starting with like original Final Fantasy VII and then you're going to play the remake, you have the ability to enjoy it for what it is and the fact that it's kind of an alternate universe, and then have some intrigue into what they're going to tell story-wise. Although it may be forever until they actually tell their story. We'll see. But for me, not my cuppa. Matreus, Final Fantasy 16 was weeks ago, when Matreus said just bring a new game. True. You mean Game of Thrones 2? Watched that game, didn't like. But it's still a new Final Fantasy. I hate to say it, but Azrael's got a point. Now keep playing the MMO until Final Fantasy 17 happens. Ugh. Yeah, they may need to stop with Final Fantasy for a while, or like find somebody who will really go back to the roots. They need to remake Game of Thrones season 7 and 8. They need to watch that show one day. It says the devs at Enix were like Final Fantasy 7, but what if it's lore fried your brain? Yeah, kinda. Mark says, well, if they just renamed 13 to Extraneous Tangent, Final Fantasy Redundus or something, people probably would have been confused when they found out it's a sequel to 13. Yeah, oh, maybe. Honestly, don't know anymore. Alright, somebody spoil me a little bit here, alright? Because I've moved a few too many screens ahead. Am I, like, do I have the right thought process about that puzzle back there that wanted me to play the piano by, like, going forward and looking for a song to play so that I can, like, hear it and then go back and play it? Because I feel like I've gone too many screens now and I don't really want to miss out on what's back there. Can somebody spoil me about that one? Floofer says, pretend it ended on a cliffhanger at the end of season 7. I can't do that, though. That's the reason I haven't started, because again, as we said earlier when I was talking about getting into Bleach or something, I'm a finisher. If I start season 1 of Game of Thrones, I'm gonna watch the entire thing. I'm not gonna be able to listen to somebody's suggestion of stop at 7. So that's why I avoid it. I'm good? Okay. I'm glad somebody answered. I'm like, I made a plea for an answer here, and everybody's just like, I'm gonna keep talking about Final Fantasy. Dude, I'm afraid if Final Fantasy X-3 actually happens. Betrayus, it's gonna happen and you will hate Yuna. I hope it doesn't. Is it actually really confirmed, like, fully? We don't need a third one. Please take one. What, an umbrella? Sure. Take an umbrella? Yes. The sign said please, so... Yay! Wiki still haven't finished the 13 trilogy. I still haven't finished 13-1. I played through the whole game and got to Orphan's Cradle twice, and despised the game so much that despite basically being at the ending, I couldn't get myself to go down the one final hallway, because it was such an ugly, stupid hallway full of annoying enemies that took a long time to fight, that I'm like, I don't even care about the end of this game enough to get through Orphan's Cradle. And then I tried to go back one time being like, alright, I'll do it this time. And I stopped at Orphan's Cradle again. I just have to watch the ending at some point, I think. Trey says Nomura being sneaky about it and what he already has written for it is stupid. It's an ugly, stupid hallway. It's literally just white with behemoths. What are you talking about? 10-2? Or 10-3? Alright, it's raining now. You sure I'm good, Mark? I'll trust you. I want to go back to that room and get whatever the treasure is.
Yo, you got an umbrella? Awesome. Let's go.
I like our little reflections. Sorry, I'm testing game making stuff here. I was trying to see if the reflections were actually slightly delayed from the real ones, but no, they seem to be good. Go back. You're good when I say that, now... Oh, you were good when I said that, now go back, okay.
Yo, I already looked. Undyne's not over here, so I guess I'll see you later.
Please take one. But I haven't heard music yet. When I asked that... Put the umbrella on the statue. Alright. Do 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 do. That's gonna, you know, even that'll take me a little bit. Do 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 do. I don't have a musical talent. You guys can feel free to help me out here. Let me see. So it's probably no. No, that's probably this one. Alright, so I think it's probably left, right. Do 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 do. I'm sure that's the tune I have to play. Do 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 No. I've really not got a musical ear. Let me go back and listen to it again. Titus says eject bandana. 10.3 prologue talks about how Yuna has to keep Titus's memory erased to keep him alive, and how she goes crazy at every blah blah blah. It's not good. Alright, let me look at this thing. I think it's... I think those are the first ones. So like left, right, down, nothing. No. 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 I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna look it up. I'm Googling right now. Man, I wasn't even, I thought I felt pretty confident with the first part. Well, it looks like I didn't even have the first part down right. I got such a bad ear for these things. Alright. I was never gonna get that. You could just hang out in the rainy room a little longer. It actually tells you the combo. Does it? You're fairly sure the rain tells you? Interesting. Alright, well I want to go see it tell me now that you said that. But I'm not upset that I looked it up. Oh, I see. It floats by at the top. Alright, well, I'm glad they did that for other people who have... Although that's only 7 notes. And you have to do 8. So it doesn't tell you exactly unless another one comes in at the end after you've sat here for a while. Or you just have to figure out the last note, I suppose. Which is probably easy enough. I am glad they did that for people like me who really have, like, no sense of tonage. I guess I got a little impatient because the thing back at the piano said you only needed the first 8 notes. So I heard doo 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 doo, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna try and keep that in my brain because I'm bad with music. So I gotta leave here early before the rest of the song confuses me. Now, did this thing stay open? Yes. Can I not read the sign? All right. It's a legendary artifact. Will you take it? Ricky, the rhythm is what hold me back from playing Mother 3. What do you mean by... Oh, the rhyme. The rhyme is what hold you back from Mother 3? What do you mean? I'll take it. You're carrying too many dogs. You're carrying too many dogs? Excuse me, game? Did I just have a stroke, or... I mean... I can drop a punch card. You're carrying too many dogs. Oh, annoying dog? Wait. Annoying dog, a little white dog, it's fast asleep. Why do I have an annoying dog? You deployed the dog. The dog absorbs the artifact. Guys, I'm pretty sure I had a stroke, or am in the process of having a stroke, and need you to call me some help. I think I've lost it. Some way or another. Like, I'm pretty sure nothing makes sense anymore. It's the end for me. This song makes you want to throw money for college? That doesn't make sense to me either. Or Azrael Dude's statement about Mother 3. I think it's all over. Thank you, Buddha. It's been a good run. Fluffer says, crap, I don't have enough room on my phone for the Genshin update. Azrael says, if you put rhyme in an RPG when you need to learn the timing of your own character rhyme. Oh, I sure you mean rhythm then. Your own character rhythm. You can do combos, which is the only thing that allows you to play better. The game just gets hard if you try to play traditional. Gotcha. And he walks through the wall. He absorbed the artifact and walked through the wall. Alright. That might be a little too much game for today. I think... I don't know if that dog is the one that was wearing the armor earlier. It's got like the same music. Sorry for the stroke. Yeah, I mean, it was a good run. I guess I'm probably never going to be able to stream again. My mind's not going to be the same after today, but... Erased from your memory, nothing happened. I'm not okay.
Yo, ready yet?
Yeah, come on, buddy. Our final walk.
Let's go.
Hydrate and stretch, what's the point?
Man, Undyne is so cool. She beats up bad guys and never loses. If I was a human, I would wet the bed every night. Thinking about Undyne, knowing she was gonna beat me up.
I just don't like the way that turned out any better than the joke I was casually making. I like how you're really not under the umbrella, by the way. It could be next to me.
So, one time, we had a school project where we had to take care of a flower. The king, we had to call him Mr. Dreamer, volunteered to donate his own flowers. He ended up coming to school and teaching the class about responsibility and stuff. That got me thinking, yo, how cool it would be if Undyne came to school. She could beat up all the teachers.
My character's face is just like, they just have had enough with everything.
Maybe she would beat up the teachers. She's too cool to ever hurt an innocent person.
Ooh, pretty. Look at that. Kind of an odd parallax, but I'll take it. There's a programming problem here, and I'm sorry, I'm such a programmer. This thing's jittering as I move. There's a fairly easy way to stop this. Both the stars and the castle are jittering with the parallax. I've dealt with that specific issue in my own games before while programming parallax scrolling, and I've fixed it. And it's just funny to see it here. Now, I don't know if it was a legitimate decision to preserve like interpixel or prevent interpixel movement, which it might have been, but I would say no, given that the shape of those stars have already broken the natural like pixel shape anyway at the top, so I don't think he was worried about that. Anyway, that's just game developer nerding. Sorry. I'll walk. Continuing to walk. I see you want to get in drama with Toby Fox. Nah, his game's awesome. I'm nerding out over Game Maker. Also, I did say it might have been an intentional choice. Turn the umbrella? Yeah. I will. Now I've got wet status.
Yo, this ledge is way too steep. Yo, you want to see Undying, right? Climb on my shoulders.
Alright, thank you.
Yo, you go on ahead. Don't worry about me. I always find a way to get through.
And he falls again. That guy loves eating pavement. Alright.
The humans, afraid of our own power, declared war on us. Afraid of our power. They attacked suddenly and without mercy.
Alright, I don't know why I expected the sign to have more to say to me.
In the end, it could hardly be called a war. United, the humans were too powerful, and us monsters, too weak. Not a single soul was taken, and countless monsters were turned to dust.
The serene sound of a distant music box. It fills you with determination. Alright. We have gotten to 321 minutes. Here. What is that in hours? 5 hours and 20 minutes? 5 hours, 21 minutes in the game so far. All life is ending. It fills you with determination. Me streaming fills you with determination. Mark says in real life, he reads every stop sign twice to see if it explains its rationale. I mean, it usually does, so you can't fault me for it. And they all have a different opinion. Azrael says versus 13 would happen one way or another. It fills you with determination. I'm not Nomura, alright? Maybe some element of my design contains a trace of his history with the love of belts. Like the belts that I wear around my waist and around my arm. My original design had a couple more belts in it, but other than that, no Nomura. And zippers and shoes. I mean, shoes, I don't know if you could... My shoes are just like sports shoes. They're not giant Sora clown shoes, and they're not like Final Fantasy half fashion, half armor shoes. I'm not sure if you could just say shoes as a Nomura influence. Maybe zippers, although I don't have a lot of those either. I do have a couple of zippers on me. But mostly the belts. Mostly the belts. And quite frankly, the belts and clasps have largely come from techwear inspiration, which was one of the things that inspired my original design decisions for this. Anyway, As the person who knows that I already saved a minute ago and counted how many hours I played, I still feel the desperate need to save again, boiled into the the paranoia of my soul coming out from old gaming days. But we are past midnight by 18 minutes, even though I said I couldn't go past midnight. I also predicted the fact... Oh! My program crashed. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on a second. It's coming back. Hold on. I've been using this program Shoost recently. And I can make things look pretty cool with it. Like, for example, the arcade that we visited was Shoost. But Shoost does have a tendency to crash. So it's kind of a trade-off. You'll see me occasionally need to reboot it up. But yes. I've got another program I open now. Taking inspiration from things besides Nomura, it fills you with determination. Exactly. Oh, we got 1 minute. Nya. Floofers. Okay, nya. So, we're past midnight. Nya. Which is when I said I had to absolutely stop and I couldn't go past midnight. Yeah. But I also said earlier that I probably am going to go past midnight just because of my tendencies. Yeah. And now it's 12:19 a.m. Yeah. On a work night. Yeah. And I got a few chores I need to do and stuff before I actually go to bed. Yeah. So I'm going to have to wrap up stream here. Yeah. Atreya says that brought me back to Tales of the Abyss for some reason, which is a good game. Yeah, I never played that one. I only ever played Symphonia. Yeah, and unfortunately part of Symphonia 2, and I'm like, oh god, never again. Yeah. You did the nya right before you ended stream. Yeah. I'm not going to do any marbles to wrap up today, but I do think that's a good idea to sometimes do either at the beginning or end of stream. I just can't now because we're already like a good bit past time and I really do have to be responsible. Yeah. So, we're gonna go find somebody to raid. Symphonia 2's pure garbage. Somebody burn that game. Yes, please. yes, please. I love the first one though. And as much as I hate to admit it in front of Azrael, dude, Symphonia 2 is one of those cases where the second game is legitimately just absolute garbage. Like Final Fantasy VII Remake, legitimately actually a pretty darn good game for somebody who doesn't care about the same parts about Final Fantasy VII, or maybe didn't grow up with Final Fantasy VII or sees it in a different light than me. I just recognize that 7 Remake hits me in all the wrong ways. But it's a long game. It's filled with a lot of content. It's got a cool battle system. It's got a lot of cool animations, some decent character interactions, etc. Some good music. Hits me wrong. But Symphonia 2, I can't imagine. That's just a bad game in general. It's like pretty objectively a bad game. I'm sure some people love it. But god darn. Have a good night. Thank you, Floofers. I will. Azrael says the only good thing about Symphonia 2 is when you don't play it again. Yeah. Marta was cool for 10 minutes. That's it. I didn't realize Abyssion was in other Symphonia or Tales of games either, to be honest. All right, let's see. All right, I'm gonna briefly. Let me look. Lightly. Everybody's playing games that I don't want to look at. All right, we're gonna raid the alien. Actually, no, I can't do that. It's against my own rules. We raided PO last stream. I forgot. She just wasn't live. But we raided PO last time, so I'm gonna pick somebody else. I forgot. I usually don't raid the same person twice. So let me raid somebody that I haven't raided in a long time. I do see some people here. For example, no echo. No. No Echo, no. It's been a super long time since I've raided Echo. So, I'm gonna send it over there. There's the raid message and the sub raid courtesy of L. Grab those messages, copy paste them. Let's spread the love over to No Echo No, who actually has a lot of viewers right now, but we're gonna add to it. Seems to be looking at a live concert or something. Isn't just chatting. I've got it muted, so I don't know what's going on. All I know is that Echo's a friend. And I want to spread some love to a friend. I am gonna try and play a little bit with the, you know, the hard working arc thing. Part of that, I told you, is experimentation. You guys keep seeing new things. In fact, this screen you're looking at right now, pretty new. Well, this is the second stream we've used it. I'm gonna keep bringing in new streams, and some of the stuff that I want to bring in is also going to be raids to people we haven't met before, because I want to expand a little bit more. Gotta meet new people, you know, gotta keep it going. If any of you have good suggestions, streamers you enjoy, streamers I might enjoy raiding, please whisper me, DM me, suggest them to me. I'd like to meet more people. I'd like to expand the circles, maybe start integrating with new friends, but I'm gonna get kicked off by the raid message. So you've heard my piece. Go spread the love to Echo, congratulate him on getting married. And have a good night, everybody. See you later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Take care.